All right, it's now after 10, and I'm going to call the meeting of the House Judiciary Committee to order, and we'll begin by I ask you to stand, please, for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And before we begin, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recognize and welcome a new member of our committee, Representative Ben Ming of Hollis. Ben, welcome. Welcome.
Thank you, Representative Llum.
All right. Then I'm going to commence the hearing on, Constitutional Amendment Concurrent Resolution 23 relative to the right to abortion. And I believe we have Amanda Toll, the prime sponsor of the bill. I would call on her to speak first.
Good morning, honorable committee members. Thank you for being here today. I am here with a critical effort that transcends party lines and speaks to the fundamental rights of every individual in New Hampshire. I am the prime sponsor of CACR 23, which explicitly protects abortion up to 24 weeks and after allows doctors to work with their patients to make these complicated decisions. This constitutional amendment takes abortion out of our hands as politicians and puts it where it belongs, with doctors and with patients. As many of you are aware, the landscape of reproductive rights in America shifted dramatically since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade in June of 2022. In the wake of this court decision, all federal protections for abortion have been eliminated, and the responsibility has now fallen to the states to protect abortion rights. And over the past 18 months, we have witnessed an alarming trend across the nation, with already more than 20 states having enacted abortion bans. While abortion is currently safe and legal in New Hampshire, to date, there is no right to abortion, and New Hampshire lawmakers have refused to take action to make abortion an explicit right. That means that we have zero state or federal protections in place that safeguard the right to an abortion. So even though abortion is currently legal until 24 weeks in New Hampshire, we are just one election away from abortion rights being further restricted or even eliminated. We want to change that. Today we are joining with our colleagues from across the aisle to propose a constitutional amendment that will, when passed, enshrine protections for safe, legal abortion in the New Hampshire Constitution. Last year, I introduced CACR, Protecting Reproductive Freedom. In the past year, I've worked hard with some of the nation's leading civil liberties and reproductive rights attorneys from nonpartisan organizations to draft a bill that is specific to the needs of New Hampshire and took into consideration the feedback I received from this committee. We believe that everyone deserves the right and ability to make their own decisions about pregnancy in consultation with their trusted healthcare provider. This constitutional amendment protects abortion and puts the decision in the hands of patients and healthcare providers, not politicians. I stand here today as one of the millions of people who have received abortion care. I had my abortion as a teenager, and it has allowed me to lead the life I have lived, go to college, to graduate school, to receive an MED, to teach middle and high school, to be a state representative, and to have my children when I was ready. I'm about to have my third child, and I'm grateful to have my children when I'm in a place where I can meet their physical and emotional needs. We know that a supermajority of Granite Staters support abortion rights, and they do not believe that the government should interfere in a woman's ability to make her own personal decisions. New Hampshire has a long bipartisan history of supporting privacy when it comes to personal medical decisions. This bipartisan proposal represents these Granite State values and is sponsored and supported by Republicans, Democrats, and independents. Regardless of your personal beliefs on abortion, I would encourage you to vote for this CACR so that the people of New Hampshire can weigh in on this ballot measure, and we no longer need to debate this issue annually. Let's let the Granite Staters decide. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Questions from members of the committee? Yes, Representative Katab.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Was it your intention to have abortion be legal after 24 weeks through birth for reasons beyond life of the mother and fatal fetal anomalies as is in statute now? Or would you be supportive of an amendment to be in alignment with the current statute?
Thank you for the question. Abortion up until birth doesn't happen. It's an inflammatory statement, and we have lots of providers here to testify today on that complicated topic. And to set the record straight, I trust providers in New Hampshire, and I trust that the voters trust providers and patients, and that's what this CACR is all about. Thank you.
Yes, follow up.
So then you would be okay with amending to state that it would be legal per the current statute?
So I do not believe that this needs to be amended. I believe it is perfectly written as is by the states, by the nations, not just the states, the nation's leading civil liberties and civil rights attorneys to protect the patient-provider relationship. And I trust doctors, and I believe that if we give this to the voters, which we should, that they do too. Thank you so much.
Other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Perez.
Thank you for taking my question. Why 24 weeks?
We believe that the current statute, it doesn't protect, not that we believe, we know, we are the only state in New England that does not have any protections, either in law or the Constitution, to protect abortion rights. And so it is really necessary. We don't want to go backwards, we want to move forward, and we want to make it so doctors and their patients can make these decisions throughout pregnancy, free from politicians, as most New Hampshire constituents do. Thank you so much.
Follow up? Yes.
Again, why 24 weeks?
Because the current statute right now restricts and penalizes doctors at that juncture, and the majority of Granite Staters are alarmed by that trend, and they trust physicians. They trust physicians and their patients, and we should trust them by putting this as a ballot measure. And there are physicians here today who will speak to that in greater detail about why this decision should be left with them and their patients in order to serve them to the best of their ability. Thank you for the question.
Other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Stapleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. On the bill, page 1, line 19, says after 24 weeks, the state may not prohibit an abortion that, in the professional judgment of an attending physician, is necessary. The physician shall apply the applicable standard of care in making a professional judgment. But are there not some other things missing, like the presence of a medical emergency, the explanation of a reason for that physician decision, or even for a second opinion by another physician? Are any of those things reasonable to include in the absence of what we have here?
We believe that this amendment is perfectly written and that it represents what Granite Staters have called on us to do, which is to trust doctors to make these decisions in consultation with their patients, and it does not need to be amended in any way, shape, or form. Thank you for the question.
Other, yes, follow-up, Representative Stapleton, and then Representative Devine.
Thank you. What I was getting at, there's no differentiation between an elective abortion and one for medical or emergency reasons. We're absent of type and print here on this bill to explain it's all up to one person, one physician, not even to the mother or the father or the family.
We believe that this actually does keep the sanctity of the patient-provider relationship at the forefront of this discussion, and that's exactly where it should be, not with legislators. And again, we have many providers here today who can speak to that in greater detail about why that is such an essential component of this CACR. Thank you.
All right, Representative Devine. You all set? All right, any other questions from any other? So I guess I have two questions. And I should say, my first question was brought to my attention by another representative, I thought very appropriately. It says in the first, on line 3, every individual has a fundamental right to abortion. If you leave the wording that way, does that mean that the father has a fundamental right to either demand or object to an abortion for the mother?
This is actually very clearly written for the patient. So for the person whose body it belongs to, it's your body, your choice in consultation with your provider. Thank you.
So you think that that language is clear, that it is only the person who is pregnant that can...
It is the pregnant person, and then after 24 weeks in consultation with their provider.
Okay. Although it doesn't say the pregnant person, it says every individual. So again, if you don't think that that at least raises a question that somebody could make the argument that it
I believe that the attorneys that wrote this are correct in that it is about the patient and making these decisions in consultation with their providers, and we'll have many expert witnesses today reiterating that point.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
The next question I have is this. The next line says the state cannot prohibit, restrict, delay, or penalize the right prior to 24 weeks unless it is justified by a compelling state interest achieved by the least restrictive means. And I guess my question is, that last part is not in current law. So if the voters were to pass this amendment, would they actually be placing more restrictions on abortion than exist now under current law? Because the current law doesn't say you can prohibit abortion before 24 weeks if there's a compelling state interest. As I understand the current law, it says prior to 24 weeks, if a woman wants to have an abortion, she has the abortion, and nobody has a right to ask, anything about, is there a compelling reason for this or not?
Actually, under the current law, abortion is not proactively protected as a right, and that's exactly what this does. And we have expert witnesses today who can speak to that in greater detail. But again, this was written by some of the leading civil rights and civil liberties attorneys in the nation, explicitly with the goal of protecting abortion rights and the sanctity of the patient-provider relationship. And the majority, a supermajority of Granite Staters support it. And when you go, and I hope you do, and you look at the sign-ins for today, the people have spoken that they want you to support this CACR, and I hope you give them the opportunity to do that. And I'll be handing out, again, it's not one party, it's bipartisan. This is co-sponsored in a bipartisan way, and I'm going to be handing out, in addition to Senator Fenton gave me testimony, and so did Senator Cindy Rosenwald, but John Winter, who was the Republican nominee for Walpole and a former vice chair of the Walpole Republicans, has given me his testimony too. So we know in our state that across party lines, constituents are asking for this, and so we should come together and give the voters the opportunity to weigh in and decide for themselves. Thank you so much for the question.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. Next, I'm going to call on Representative John Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee, for hearing some information I wanted to pass on this CACR 23.
Could I just ask you to get a little closer to the mic, please, so we
Okay.
can, thank you.
Even closer. Okay.
There you go. Thank
Wow.
you.
It's like I'm meeting the mic here. I think Representative Lynn, you were actually keying on this bill. I think it's actually poorly written. And one of the key things I picked up on was every individual. All right? I'm an individual. Every individual has a fundamental right to abortion. Can I get an abortion? I don't know that any man in the world that can get an abortion. So this doesn't make sense to put into our Constitution every individual can have a right to abortion. Further down, I just want to state and show out here, it says after 24 weeks, the state may not prohibit an abortion, okay? So that's saying they want to actually allow abortion up until birth. I mean, why does someone want to kill a baby up until birth? I mean, if there's a medical emergency, I think we already got that covered. I don't know why we want to kill the baby up until birth. And then it goes on a little bit further on there, line 7. It actually talks about applicable standard of care. Well, we've seen through COVID, one doctor says it's a vaccine, one says it's not, one says the vaccine works, one says it doesn't, one says the mask works, one says it doesn't. What is the standard of care? It's very different for many people. With this abortion, the government is saying it has the authority to allow one group of people to kill another group of people based on their own prejudice. With this bill, the state is forcing its citizens to take part in an immoral act. To pass the bill would be to bypass the moral code of the individual and would conscript the taxpayers at large to fund what is against their conscience. I mean, just think about it a little bit. I mean, you're saying, well, there's no money technically, but we could be funding abortion clinics or clinics in that sense, and grants and tax money we collect. But at the same time, just us being here, making $100 a year, it's costing the taxpayers to actually pass this Constitution Amendment. Article 2. I just want to read it, and I'm sure everybody's well aware of it. Natural rights. All men have certain natural, essential, inherent rights, among which are the enjoying and defending life and liberty. Defending life and liberty. Not killing life, but defending it. It goes on to say acquiring, possessing, and protecting property, and in a word, of seeking and obtaining happiness. Equality of rights under the law shall not be denied or abridged by the state on account of race, creed, color, sex, or natural origin. Again, I think by that first sentence of everyone, of everybody, has a fundamental right to abortion is actually excluding me. There's no way I can get an abortion. There's just no way. This is not a bill for everybody. I think the bill really needs to be rewritten and thought through a little bit more. I will be testifying this afternoon, and I got plenty more information on this, and I'll be sharing it back then. But the last piece I'd say is that we know you can look at different Supreme Court rulings and things of that sort, and they kicked it back to the states to say that for respect for and preservation of personal life at all stages of development, they kicked it back to us to decide what that is. And I'm saying right now, life starts at conception. It just doesn't start at week 2, week 15, week 24, week 36, or any place in between. Or if you feel like, oh, the baby's now moving, it's alive. And it's not alive, it's a baby. All right, thank you. I will take questions, but it is hard for me to hear with my disability, so I'll do my best in hearing the questions if you want to ask.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, committee.
Representative Joe Shapiro.
Thank you, Chairman Lynn and committee members. For the record, I'm Representative Joe Shapiro, representing Cheshire 16. Better? Thank you. Once again, as a man, I was unsure that I had something to offer to a discussion about reproductive health care. Once again, I decided that speaking on behalf of this bill, which will enshrine in the New Hampshire Constitution a woman's right to make health care decisions in collaboration with their doctor, was an opportunity to honor 3 generations of amazing women in my life: my mom, my wife, and my daughters. When I was a very young adult, my first serious girlfriend became pregnant. We were not ready, we were scared, and I admit I was clueless. When my girlfriend chose to have an abortion, it was my mother who came to her side, taking her to the clinic, coming to our apartment to offer healing and support, probably food as well, and most important, lending her strength, communicating by the force of her very nature that there was no reason to feel ashamed. Fast forward 10 years, another unplanned pregnancy. My wife and I knew we wanted children, but we were once again less than prepared. I was a student, we were poor, we were betwixt and between several life transitions. We wrestled with what to do. Could we provide the stability a child needed? Would we have resources to give our child the life that they deserved? The discussions were long, hard, excruciating. My wife, Nikki, was a beacon of strength, competence, and faith in the future. Today, our daughter is 38. We are thankful every day for her and her sister and our 2 grandchildren. We know that our daughters will have to wrestle with difficult, life-altering medical situations. In fact, they already have. We have full confidence in them. My mom and my wife taught them that women are fully capable of making the right decisions for themselves about their bodies, their health care, and their well-being. They do not need politicians to decide for them. I urge you to vote ought to pass on CACR 23 and trust the voters to decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Perez.
Thank you. Thanks for taking my question. Did the option of adoption ever enter your mind? Having a child and putting them up for adoption. We have thousands, millions of people who would love to have a healthy child.
That is a very personal decision and a very personal discussion. In my case, this situation was over 50 years ago, and I cannot honestly say, and I was very anxious about the whole situation. I was a very young person. And so I think that adoption is a perfectly fine alternative that people should consider. I don't want to speak about what I considered at that point.
Other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Oregon.
So this bill does guarantee women, or I could say pregnant person, with the right to an abortion in a medical emergency. And as you know, the process of pregnancy is not a simple one. And I know this was many years ago. It was a member of my family came in at like a week before the due date, and they discovered that the child's heart was not beating. That was many years ago, before they have all the technology they have now. So and those cases still happen today. So do you feel like would you say that language is necessary to protect people like my relative who are in that tragic situation where where even like very, very late in the pregnancy an emergency comes up and they have to the baby is not viable even like after 37 weeks, as in that case? Thanks.
I'm not exactly sure of what the question is, but what I will say is that having children for me has been the greatest joy of my life. And I'm well aware that for others in other situations, it also brings heartbreaking situations and incredibly difficult decisions. And I think that this constitutional amendment will allow people in collaboration with their doctors to make decisions for themselves, which I trust them to do.
I thank the member for his answer, and he did express it more clearly than I did, and I apologize, which is that medical emergencies happen, even after the 24-week mark, and they can happen all the way, up to the due date. So thank you. And this.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Now, Senator Perkins-Quaka, please. And if I pronounced your name wrong, I apologize.
Quite all right, Chair. It's Senator Perkins-Quaka.
Quaka, I'm
it's
sorry.
It's a Polish name, so just think of Polka.
Sorry about that.
No worries, no worries. Thank you very much all for being here today. I am here to speak in support of CR 23. As many of you are aware, I have had 2 babies, 2 lovely girls, so now I have 3, while I have been a senator. This issue, while often politicized, has not been abstract to me. It doesn't affect some balancing rights that occur somewhere on a piece of paper. It doesn't affect an abstract woman that we can all imagine. As we have debated each change to abortion rights in this state, I have been at times 22, 24, and 27 weeks pregnant as we have had that conversation. As anyone who is pregnant knows, the tragedies we are talking about in this conversation are not theoretical. As a pregnant mother, you wake up every day, and frankly, so many times during the night, worrying about your baby. You take innumerable steps each day. You drink decaf coffee, take vitamins, eat fruits and vegetables. You avoid alcohol, deli meat, sushi, soft cheeses, too much sugar, and other things every day, because every day and every minute, you think about the baby. It lives inside of your body, and you are a mom. Each decision I have made during my 3 pregnancies, starting from the moment I knew my baby was with me, could hurt them. It could help them. It could protect them. And that was true. That was true from the first moments until, if I'm lucky, I will see my baby girls grow old, be happy. As each of you have always done for your children, we care for these as parents. This CACR gives respect. It gives respect to the women who bear the important responsibility in our society of carrying our society's children and their right to personal physical autonomy. I was so lucky so far not to find out that something had gone wrong with any of my babies while I carried them. I cannot tell you the worry I've had and how, like so many other mothers and terribly sad stories we have heard, it would simply break my heart. But if that were ever to happen, the best person to make any incredibly thoughtful and complex decision in that moment is me, with my spouse, with my partner. We have the ability to consult with our trusted medical providers, and we don't need any other help. Today, this body will decide whether to ask our voters to trust me, to trust your colleagues, and to trust all New Hampshire women to make personal private medical decisions in consultation with their doctors, their family, and their faith if they have it. If you think knowing here, sitting here in this chamber today, all the information that will happen to someone in that moment, I hope we can find a path to change your mind. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I welcome any questions.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of what you said.
I welcome any questions.
Oh, well, sure. All right, questions for this witness, please. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for listening today.
Next, I'm going to call on Representative Alexis Simpson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, honorable members of the Judiciary Committee. For the record, I'm Representative Alexis Simpson. I represent Exeter, Newfields, Newmarket, and Stratham. Thank you for hearing my testimony on the placing of a constitutional amendment on the ballot. New Hampshire is one of 3 states where abortion is legal but not protected. And New Hampshire is the only state in New England without this affirmative right. Without explicit state protections for abortion in statute or in the Constitution, the urgency is real for my constituents. According to recent polling, 87% of Granite Staters support reproductive freedom and do not want state officials to place restrictions on abortion. In New Hampshire, we also have a long and bipartisan tradition of direct democracy and allowing voters to decide for themselves the issues that most impact their lives. We have an obligation to our constituents, the overwhelming majority of whom believe that decisions about reproductive and abortion care belong to pregnant people and the people who provide them care. Without the federal protections that Roe v. Wade provided before it was overturned, Granite Staters know abortion is now not protected at the state level and not sure if they will continue to have access to the care they need in New Hampshire. Even more so, many fear what the future will look like for their children and their grandchildren. It may seem that these fears are overstated, but most of my constituents watch the national news. They have watched as state after state across the country has banned abortion early in pregnancy before people even know that they are pregnant, and in some cases banned abortion completely. They have heard the stories of women needing to travel to other states and having to wait days or even weeks to access care because their home state has an abortion ban. And they have heard stories of women going to court to appeal under exceptions in their state's laws, to then be denied by their state court and have to flee to another state. In a time when many people are uncertain about so many things, including the cost of housing and childcare, to name a few, losing control over your body and the ability to make decisions about the security of your family's future is scary. As a mother myself, I understand these fears. There's no decision more critical than if, when, and how to start and grow a family. I trust patients to make these decisions, and I trust doctors to support them and to provide compassionate care. There is no place in the legislature for these personal and private decisions. Our constituents deserve the opportunity to make their voices heard. I urge you to vote ought to pass on CACR 23 to send this to the voters of New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Perez.
Thank you. It was stated earlier that no abortions are performed over 24 weeks. I don't know where that information comes. Do you know of anyone in the state of New Hampshire who has been denied an abortion up to 24 weeks under the present statute?
So there are two things that I think you asked there. No, just one. Okay, it was a preface. Do I know? Let me just clarify. I'm having a little trouble hearing, so as much as you can lean into the microphones, that would help me.
Do you know, you say abortion is not protected under the present Fetal Life Protection Act. Do you know of anyone who has been denied an abortion up to 24 weeks in the state of New Hampshire under the present Fetal Life Protection Act?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to ask you to ask that with a provider. I think that the doctors who work with women on a daily basis are more appropriate to answer that question. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Katab.
Was it your intention in co-sponsoring
Can you
this?
just a little bit closer?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Was it your intention in co-sponsoring this to allow abortion to be legal for reasons beyond life of the mother or fatal fetal anomalies as is in current statute now? Or would you be supportive of amending to be in alignment with current statute to allow up until 24 weeks and then beyond that with exceptions for the life of the mother or fatal fetal anomalies so that it wasn't elective only abortion after 24 weeks?
So let me state clearly, I'm not sure what elective means, but abortion doesn't happen after 24 weeks, except in consultation with a medical provider. What we would like is for that to be in statute, that doctors would be able to use their best judgment, their best medical judgment in helping people who are pregnant go through complicated testing and decision making about what to do about their pregnancy if it becomes complicated after 24 weeks. Right now, there are criminal penalties for doctors and providers after 24 weeks that make it very difficult for doctors to adhere to best practices without clarity there. So my hope is that it would be more clear that this is a kind of decision that belongs not to politicians, but to providers and pregnant people.
Yes, follow-up?
You stated that abortion after 24 weeks doesn't happen, and I wanted to ask, are you aware of the Boulder Care Clinic in Colorado that allows abortion for any reason after 24 weeks?
So I'm sorry if I said that. What I thought I said, and I will clarify, is that abortion after 24 weeks only happens when there's complicated situations and a pregnant person is under the care of their medical provider. And so I'm going to ask you to follow up your question with medical providers that deal with these complicated situations after 24 weeks. I am speaking to what happens in New Hampshire. I am unfamiliar with what happens in Colorado.
Other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Manos.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question, Representative Simpson. I believe you testified.
Can you a little bit closer to the microphone? Thanks.
I believe that you testified that in New Hampshire, abortion is legal but not protected. And I wondered if you could expand upon that, please.
Sure. So right now, in statute, there is nothing that says the right to an abortion is protected up until 24 weeks. In fact, the Fetal Life Protection Act says the opposite. Nothing about this act, it says, nothing about this act should be construed as a right to abortion. And so our constituents are very clear what that means, which is that the government, legislators, could potentially interfere with legislation of another abortion ban earlier than 24 weeks at any time. What they would like is for the government to be out of decisions about abortion care. And in order to make it clear in the statute, which I tried to do last year, and folks said they wanted it to go to the voters. So this year, I co-sponsored this bill saying, let's see what the voters want. Let's let them decide what should be the law.
Follow-up, Representative Reynolds.
Thank you. So CACR 23 would assure that abortion is both legal and protected in New Hampshire. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you for the question. CACR 23 would ensure that it was both, abortion care was both legal and protected in the law. Yeah.
Other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Tripp.
Thank you for taking my question. So it appears that
Just a little bit
you
closer
have a
to the microphone.
presumption. Say again?
We can't hear. If you can be a little closer to the microphone,
Okay.
thanks.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. It appears that you have a presumption that once abortion is placed in the Constitution, that it's protected. And the reason for this is that if it's not in the Constitution, then it could be repealed or amended. So do you presume that once it's in the Constitution, it is safe and won't be removed by subsequent legislatures?
Thank you for the question. I presume that it will be as safe as we can make it.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Katie Peternell, sorry.
That's okay. I'll reintroduce myself so you can hear the correct pronunciation of my name. I'm Katie Peternell, state representative, represent Wolfboro and Tufton Borough in the beautiful Lakes region. I am also a tri-chair of the Pro-Life Caucus. I'm here to speak in opposition to CACR 23. I believe that this is a little too soon to be presenting this CACR. The Fetal Life Protection Act is only 2 years old. And I can testify that when I was campaigning for office, because people knew that I was a pro-life candidate, one of the first questions they always asked me was about abortion and what my stance was. And I would immediately ask with the question of, do you know what the current law is in the state of New Hampshire? And every single time the answer was no. And I had to explain the current statute in our state, and every single time, with one exception, with one very angry person who thought that abortion up until the moment of birth was completely acceptable, except for that one angry person, every single voter told me that they thought 24 weeks was already extreme and that they would walk it back to 15. Every single person said 24 weeks was already too late in a pregnancy. So one of my issues with the CACR is I'm not really sure what everyone means. And when I first read it, my initial thought was, does that mean a man has a right to an abortion? And if a man has a right to an abortion, does that mean he has a right to coerce his partner into an abortion? I found that very confusing. I have been told that that couldn't possibly happen, but I find that very hard to believe. I think this is a very slippery slope that we are going down. The other thing that I find very objectionable in the CACR is the actual number of 24 weeks. Now, I'm married to a doctor. Doesn't mean I am one or understand anything about being a doctor, but what I do know is how hard he studies to stay up to date on current medical practice. And he refers the practice of medicine to fat tie, skinny tie syndrome, meaning this year the fat tie is in fashion, and next year the skinny tie will be in fashion. So we keep all the ties in our closet because we don't know which year we're going to wear the fat one or the skinny one. So I find it very, very dangerous that we're going to put an actual limit to abortion in the Constitution. And what happens when we find out that the age of viability is 15 weeks? What if we can someday keep babies alive out of their mother's womb at 15 weeks? We don't know what medicine is going to do, and we don't know what decisions doctors are going to make based on this CACR. And if anything, being married to a doctor, I know just enough about medicine that I'm always very skeptical about which doctors you choose to trust. And finally, on a personal note, I am the product of an adoption. Two people chose to have sex, and I'm the consequence of their action. I'm alive and here to tell you about it. I know my birth mother. We talk regularly. It's an amazing thing. She feels intense guilt about the fact that she gave me up for adoption, but you know what? I can talk about it with her. And at least she doesn't have to live with the guilt of knowing that I'm not here, and she can't reach out to me to talk about it. I also happen to be a woman who was in a situation with an unwanted pregnancy, and I walked through that college campus every single day up until the moment that I gave birth and gave my own daughter up for adoption. And the lie that women are being told that they can't do that, that they're not strong enough, that they will not graduate from college, they will not have a career, and heaven forbid, you might not be a state rep someday, that's a lie. And I'm proof of the fact that the lie is a lie. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Susan, and I know I'm gonna screw up the pronunciation of this name also, and I apologize. Susan Vandy-Castile? Is that right? I hope I'm right on that.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I apologize. It is Susan Vandy-Castile from District 25. I'm a registered Republican, and please excuse me, I wasn't really prepared to speak today, but I sponsored this change because I don't believe this change should even be discussed. I was appalled when it went into effect in 2020. I just, not factual, giving you my opinion why a Republican is standing up for these rights for the women in the state of New Hampshire, because I'm a citizen of the United States. I live in New Hampshire, the live free or die state. I value everyone's opinion, which everyone here, and I gotta tell you, it's a very personal decision when you're in that situation. I was a geriatric pregnancy, and I had a choice in late term if I was terminated or keep. It's very personal. No woman wants to stand there and defend themselves in front of you, their colleagues, every resident in the state. So I believe we have more to change in the state of New Hampshire to make it great than talk about personal, very personal decisions. I do not know of any woman that has had an abortion after 25 weeks. Everyone that I have asked, they cannot tell me if they know anyone. However, I would never judge that person. God is the only one, and God we trust, will judge that person. So I think we should send this bill, this change, to the voters of the state of New Hampshire and let them speak. No change should be made. If I had my way, I'd remove it strictly right from the Constitution of New Hampshire. So please, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I wasn't prepared, but it kind of upsets me that we're standing here discussing these personal matters instead of state matters for elected officials, not politicians. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next, I'm going to call on Richard Llum.
Good morning, if it's still morning. My name is Dick Llum. I am a life director for the Dairy Knights of Columbus. I am here to oppose CAR 23 relating to the right for an abortion. What's going on here, representatives? Even though abortions are now allowed before 24 weeks, CACR 23 will allow abortions to be performed after 24 weeks if deemed necessary by a doctor. Excuse me, but I don't know if this board is aware that abortions are now being performed by doctors at Planned Parenthood abortuaries, like at Planned Parenthood on Peternell Street in Manchester and other locations, even right here on Main Street in Concord. So I guess an abortion would be an easy enough, just walk into one of those life centers for the unborn and request an abortion for whatever reason. Anyway, I support life from the moment of conception. And like a lifeguard, I stress the word life, I and other people of like mind will always throw out a life alternative to future mothers and fathers and give them alternatives which Planned Parenthood doesn't do. Alternatives like Birthright, Real Choices, and Peternell Healthcare Center in Manchester, and other great life organizations right here in New Hampshire that support mothers and their unborn. And by the way, don't charge for their services ever. Abortuaries like Planned Parenthood and other killer clinics don't give anything but just take, and only take, making tidy profit while doing this so-called medical procedure. And that is the atrocity of abortion. Thank God our mothers decided for life. And please be aware of wolves who prowl about in sheep's clothing, preaching women's reproductive health care as a reason to abort unborn babies. And the weapon of choice this time is CACR 23. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Dr. Amy Lee?
Hi. Good morning, Chairman Lynn and members of the House Judiciary Committee. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. If you could just get a little closer to the mic, thanks.
Good morning, Chairman Lynn and members of the House Judiciary Committee. My name is Dr. Amy Lee. I'm a New Hampshire resident and a practicing OBGYN resident physician. As a resident physician, I have completed my medical degree and am now in the process of specialization called residency. After 4 years of residency, I will be an independent provider. I'm here today to express my support for CACR 23. When applying to residency programs, I, like countless other medical graduates, was looking for the assurance that I would get training in abortion care during residency. I will be transparent in saying that the lack of protection to abortion access in New Hampshire law gave me serious pause when considering coming to the state for training. Let me be very clear. The training of residents in New Hampshire is a powerful recruitment tool. Nationally, 57%, more than half of residents, will ultimately practice in the state where they did their residency. In New Hampshire, for the past 5 years, we have had a 65% retention rate, and we do not want that excellent retention to change. We know that states with restrictive abortion bans or limited access to reproductive health care have seen a drop in the number of OBGYN residency applications. Those states are losing a valuable pool of future providers during a time where the healthcare workforce is plagued by a shortage nationally. When 43.9% of current OBGYN residents lack access to abortion care training, New Hampshire, as a state that provides that opportunity for training, attracts residents and in turn, future providers for our patients and your constituents. The protections afforded by CACR 23 should the New Hampshire voters get the opportunity to weigh in on this crucial reproductive healthcare issue, would draw future providers for residency and encourage them to establish roots in New Hampshire. We want those New Hampshire-trained doctors to have all the tools they need to provide evidence-based care for your constituents, and that includes abortion care. For these reasons, I urge the House Judiciary Committee to recommend passing the CACR 23. Thank you for your time and considerations. I will not be taking questions.
Thank you very much. Actually, she said she doesn't want to take questions. Thank you. All right, next, she said she wouldn't take questions. Next, Dr. Young, please.
Thank you, Judge Lynn and Chairman and committee for allowing me to speak this morning. My name is Dr. Young. I am testifying in favor of CACR 23. I'm a retired obstetrician gynecologist, practiced in this community for 40 years, and taught Dartmouth medical students during that entire time. I also am a past president of the New Hampshire Medical Society, and I continue to serve on their general board representing all the obstetricians in this state. I just have one story for you. My older partner was a very conservative Republican. Just out of training, my wife and I came with our 3 sons to Concord looking for an OBGYN practice. He smiled at me, told me how glad he was to know how badly I needed a job. We shook hands over a $35,000 salary, and I have been forever grateful. It was a real privilege to practice in this community with such a beloved physician. He lasted 50 years. He had a deep respect for women, which I think started watching his mom raise 5 sons as a young widow. His father died when he was 6 in the granite quarries of Barre, Vermont. He once said to me, my mom bought a broom and rode it hard. He went to the University of Vermont on a full scholarship, and he lived in the Episcopal diocese. He was a devout Christian, and he remained a religious man throughout his life. When St. Paul's Church burned to the ground, he spent much of his time and his treasures rebuilding that church. He cherished that church. After college, he went on to medical school at the University of Vermont, and then did a year of internship like we used to do back then. And finally ended up spending 2 years in the Air Force. He was stationed at Loring Air Force Base in northern Maine. When he got there, they asked him, they said, would you like to be our obstetrician or our pediatrician? He candidly said, you know, I really like screaming women more than I like screaming kids. So they made him their obstetrician, and it was there he fell in love with taking care of women and delivering their babies. And it was because of that experience he went on for 4 years of training as an OBGYN specialist at Women's Hospital in New York City. And it was during that time, in the late 1950s, he saw many young women die of an overwhelming infection, having had an illegal, botched, back alley abortion. And some of those women left children at home as orphans. It came to him that abortions must be safe and legal. He argued that women will always desperately seek abortion care whether it's legal or illegal. The unnecessary deaths he witnessed during his training left a mark on his heart, his mind, and his soul. It was plain to him that abortion should only be performed by skilled physicians under sterile conditions. The U.S. Supreme Court Roe v. Wade landmark decision in 1973 brought great relief to him. Besides delivering thousands of babies days and nights, he provided abortion care in our office, at Concord Hospital, and at the Feminist Health Center, now called Equality Health Center. Motivated by what he'd experienced during his training, he stayed intent on making abortion safe and private. I often asked him, I said, how can you vote for a Republican candidate who's openly opposed to abortion? His answer was always the same. He said, "Og, abortion is not about politics. It's about health care. It's about safe health care for women." And few knew better than him. His feelings never wavered, even though he was threatened by protesters at our office and at his home. He would be appalled that politics has crept into the judicial branch of our democracy, and that with the Dobbs decision, we reversed Roe v. Wade in June of 2022. He would find it hard to believe that after 50 years, the right to privacy and safety in deciding about a woman's health, her family, and her future has been taken away from her. He knew that the decision to terminate a pregnancy was a difficult decision, deeply private, and should remain between a woman and her caregiver. That medicine is about caring for human beings. It's not about politics. It's not about ideology. He believed that everything we can do to give women control over their bodies enhances their health and their freedom and makes the world a better place. If he were alive today, he would be standing here as a man of great faith, as a very conservative Republican, and he would be urging you to support this amendment. He would be asking you to enshrine for New Hampshire women the right to an abortion. I too urge you to support CR 23 and amend our New Hampshire Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Young. Let's hold the applause, okay? Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, I'm going to call on Representative Matthew Simon, and I note that there are over 20 people who desire to speak, and so for that reason, I'm going to ask you to please limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, I know that you guys do this year in and year out, and you've heard every argument that can be made on this topic. And so I would just like to spend my few minutes just calling to memory a couple of important points that I haven't heard brought up by committee members in conversation. As to the part that deals with after 24 weeks, which we refer to as the Fetal Life Protection Act here at the State House, we have mentioned that there's an exception for fetal anomalies incompatible with life. And that there is one for the life of the mother, but we have not gone into the fact that it goes beyond the life of the mother and into the health of the mother. The statute itself, if I can find it real quick. I just had it, sorry. The pregnancy will have created a serious risk of substantial and irreversible impairment of a major bodily function as defined in the RSAs. So anything that puts a major bodily function of a female at risk who's pregnant and having a child is also grounds for an abortion after the 24-week mark in the state of New Hampshire. It's not just the life of the mother. If there looks like there's going to be a serious complication to something, it's also grounds. So just by way of reminder there. The second is just the nature of the debate. And for people on my side of this issue, and I know, my wife sent me with her blessing this morning. It's difficult as a man sometimes speaking on this topic, but my wife and every woman in my household that agrees with me on this issue, we recognize that pregnancy, bringing a new human being into the world, is a terribly difficult task. It's dangerous. There are a lot of complications and worries and fears and potentials. We can't see the future. We don't know what's coming. And in some cases in the future, when we look back, we wish we'd made different decisions than the ones that we had made. But in the moment, I understand all of the dangers and complications, and my sympathy is there 100%. If it was simply a matter of making decisions based on the healthcare choices between a woman and her physician, I'd be out. In fact, you know me, I'm one of the most pro-life people in this house. You could convince me to switch sides. It is possible. All you have to do is convince me that in order to solve our problems, we're not killing innocent children. Just make that argument, convince me on that point, I'll switch sides. That's what we're concerned about, and that's why the legislature is involved. The legislature is involved is because half of us make the argument that we're killing innocent children in order to solve our problems, to solve our worries and our fears and our complications and the ways in which our life might go poorly in the future. And Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I would submit to you today that's just not an acceptable option. And if we started implementing those same kinds of standards to people after they were born, I think we'd be mortified with what we were doing. And I see no difference between the two. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very
members
much.
of the committee.
Next, I'm going to call on Liz Canada, please.
Good morning, honorable members of the House Judiciary Committee. For the record, my name is Liz Canada. I'm the Advocacy Director at Planned Parenthood New Hampshire Action Fund and Planned Parenthood of Northern New England, and we're here in strong support of CACR 23. After the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade in June of 2022, abortion has been on the ballot very explicitly in 6 states: Kansas, Kentucky, Vermont, California, Michigan, and just 2 months ago, Ohio. Now, 2 of those measures were to further restrict abortion in their states, but the other 4 were to enshrine protections into their state constitution. Now, those states have very different processes in order to amend their constitutions. Some allow signatures to be collected in ballot initiatives. We don't have that in New Hampshire. But the question was still the same. And in all 4 of those states, which are arguably very different from one another, voters overwhelmingly supported abortion rights, approving freedom from the government in personal decision-making. Now, here in New Hampshire, we've enjoyed for so long a bipartisan support of reproductive rights here in the State House. Abortion rights are supported by a vast majority of Granite Staters from all political backgrounds. Granite Staters want their lawmakers, they want you to take the steps needed to protect abortion rights in the New Hampshire Constitution, which means passing the CACR. In fact, a recent poll in New Hampshire showed that 64% of Republicans say there should be a right to get an abortion in every state. CACR 23 would send this question to the voters. It would allow the voters of New Hampshire to decide on whether our state constitution should be amended to explicitly include abortion and to stop any further abortion bans from the New Hampshire legislature. This CACR embodies Granite State values of freedom and privacy, and it shows that we trust doctors. I know it is a high bar to amend the New Hampshire Constitution. It should be to amend the state constitution. But we know that a vast majority of Granite Staters agree with this and that they want that right enshrined in there to protect it for future generations. So we encourage you to vote ought to pass on CACR 23. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Kasab.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I wanted to ask you a similar question as I've asked others. Would you be supportive of an amendment to this that allowed abortion through 24 weeks and then beyond for reasons of life of the mother or fetal anomaly, but protected the life of the baby that's viable and healthy?
Thank you for that question, Representative. So I don't want to speak on any amendment I haven't seen, so I can't say one way or the other on that. What I will say is that we are seeing across the country how exceptions that are written out in that way don't necessarily work on the ground. An example that is very recent, and you may have heard of this example already, is Kate Cox in Texas. There is an exception in the incredibly restrictive abortion ban in Texas that she fell under, that she was able to access abortion under that exception based on the way that the exception was written out. But when she challenged what the courts were saying, the courts denied her that care. They were not trusting doctors, and so she had to leave her state because of how the exception was being interpreted. The way that this CACR is written removes that. It says we trust doctors and patients to make this private medical decision. And so we support CACR 23.
Thank you. Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Perez, I didn't see you.
Thank you. Last year, when we were discussing abortion, I specifically asked a representative from Planned Parenthood at up to what gestation they allowed abortions, and it was 15 weeks. That has gone up in the state of New Hampshire. I just spoke to the dairy clinic yesterday, and they allow it up to 21 weeks. Call them up to 21 weeks in clinic. I just wonder, I'm going to ask again, why, since you represent these groups, why are we talking about a 24-week constitutional? And this is New Hampshire we're talking about. We're not talking about Texas. We're not talking about Michigan. We're talking about New Hampshire. Why the 24 weeks? Nobody seems to be able to answer that.
Thank you for the question, Representative. So to be clear, the gestational limits that we're talking about at the Planned Parenthood Northern New England Health Centers, Manchester is to 18 weeks. Derry just recently started being able to offer abortion care up to 11 weeks through medication abortion. You'll hear more about all of those in a later bill, actually. So we can hold on that till later because I know my colleague is here to address that very thing later today. Why 24 weeks? What this CACR does embodies what you're saying, Representative. It's not a Texas CACR. It's not a constitutional amendment that would be for another state. It is for us here, of what we've had these debates and discussions on over the past few years, and really embodies what Granite Staters want. They want the right to abortion explicitly listed in the state constitution so there is no confusion, and they want to trust doctors in the state constitution so that a future legislature can't roll back those restrictions any further, like we're seeing later today in those bills.
Other questions? Yes, Representative Manners.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Canada, another witness testified that it's too soon for a constitutional amendment. I'm wondering if you disagree with that, and if so, why?
Thank you, Representative, for that question. I do disagree that it is too soon. I think we need it now more than ever. With Roe v. Wade gone, there are no federal or state protections for abortion in New Hampshire. We're the only state in New England that doesn't have any protections. Granite Staters expect their lawmakers to take action. Another poll shows that 87% of Granite Staters want action taken by lawmakers and support reproductive freedom. And so this is the time to do it. This is the time to demonstrate our commitment to Granite Staters and what they are asking lawmakers to do.
Other questions? Yes, Representative Turner.
Yeah, thank you for taking my question. Do you see, in terms of a constitutional amendment versus the law that is existing today, that they come from different sides of the same argument? The constitutional amendment essentially being the people turned out to the voters, prohibiting us, the lawmakers, from passing laws within a certain parameter that restrict their freedoms and liberties, versus a law, which in this case tends to come on the other side and permit those restrictions and define them. And is that a framework within which you can view the need for a constitutional amendment?
Thank you for the question. Yes, I mean, the CACR and sending it to the voters is hearing directly from them on this matter and putting this question forward so that, you know, we see how abortion is on the ballot in elections in general, but this would be very explicit. Do you think that the right to abortion should be in the Constitution so that a future legislature can't roll back restrictions anymore or, add more restrictions in the future? I think it is incredibly imperative that a question is sent to the voters like that.
Yes, Representative Testerman.
This question came up earlier, and I'm not sure if we got an answer to it. It says right up early that every individual has a fundamental right to abortion. Doesn't say women, doesn't say men, doesn't say whatever, trans, whatever. Is this an attempt to get sort of an artificial way of putting that decision or that thought into the minds of people as part of this abortion bill?
I couldn't hear the last part of your question, but I think I heard the concept of it, which is using the word individual instead of men or woman or trans man or whatever the list that you gave. Right. Individuals are granted staters. Whether you're pregnant now or pregnant in the future, you should have the right to abortion. So I think that is very clearly spelled out that if somebody walks into the ballot box on election day, they'll see this language, know exactly what it covers, which is an individual's own right to their own bodily autonomy, that it trusts doctors, and they would vote in support.
Thank you. Other questions? Yes, Representative Horgan.
So I have a question about the legislative history of this. I guess I'll make two questions. First of all, isn't this 24 weeks something that was fairly recently put in the statute law? And actually, I'm not personally 100% sure whether 24 is the appropriate number, but there was isn't this something that was just very recently put in the statute law with, I think, extremely broad bipartisan support?
Thank you for the question. So if I'm understanding, you're asking, is the 24-week conversation essentially very new to New Hampshire? And yes, it was passed in 2021. There were two bills that were introduced in 2021 in the House Judiciary. One was a 24-week ban, and it passed through the House, and it was debated in the Senate and then put into the state budget. It went into effect on January 1st, 2022. And then in the 2022 legislature, some parts of it were rolled back. So it removed the mandatory ultrasounds, and it added fatal fetal diagnoses, which we've heard already here too. So yes, it is very, very recent, this entire debate. Prior to that, prior to 2021, New Hampshire trusted doctors and patients. And so the CACR would return us to that point.
Other questions?
Well, the follow-up to this, and isn't...
Yes, Representative Greason.
We're going much...
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Follow-up? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Representative Horgan first.
And with the other issue about, we're quibbling about the meaning of the word individual, but isn't really going far back behind 2021, basically probably since New Hampshire's a state, haven't state law always represented that the person who actually is pregnant has a much different, much higher stake in the pregnancy than somebody who's merely a family member, even the father or whoever. So hasn't there always been a long-standing presumption of the law that the person who's actually pregnant is much more, has like a much deeper relationship with the issue than just somebody else who's another family member or associate of the person?
Thank you, Representative. Yes, I think it all comes down to the person who's pregnant, their own individual body. Yes.
Thank you, Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. In the bill, the language of the bill, it says the state cannot prohibit, restrict, delay, or penalize this right prior to 24 weeks unless it is justified by a compelling state interest achieved by the least restrictive means. What is the definition of a compelling state interest, and can you give me an example of one?
Thank you for the question. My understanding is that would be determined by the court if that were something that would to go forward. So I would defer to attorneys. I am not an attorney, but that's my understanding.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I'm going to call on Courtney Reed, or maybe it's Heed. I'm sorry. Oh, it is Reed, okay, yes. Courtney Reed. And again, I'm going to ask you, please try to keep your testimony to 3 minutes, everyone. Thank you.
Sorry, I have a lot of papers.
Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Courtney Reed. I serve as policy advocate with the ACLU of New Hampshire, and I'm providing a statement of support for CACR 23, which would enshrine the right to abortion in New Hampshire's state constitution. CACR 23 would give voters the opportunity to affirm that in the granite state, the right to personal reproductive autonomy should not be denied. This is one of the most effective things that New Hampshire can do to protect the reproductive rights of everyone in the state. And it's more critical now than ever, as I'm sure many of you are aware, to protect these rights in state law or in the state constitution after the Dobbs decision in recent years. Nationally, we've seen the reproductive rights landscape fall into chaos where 60-plus clinics have closed, over 20 states have restricted or banned abortion, and now 1 in 5 women are traveling out of state to receive abortion care. However, there are states that have taken affirmative actions to protect the right to abortion, either through state law or through constitutional amendments like CACR 23. In states that have brought constitutional protections to the voters, like California, Michigan, Ohio, and our neighboring state of Vermont, constituents have had overwhelming support to put this right into the Constitution. And without any federal protections to abortion, these constitutional rights at the state level are more important than ever, because right now we're just one election away or one bill away from making access to abortion in New Hampshire all the more difficult. When someone finds themselves unable to access an abortion, they might have increased difficulty escaping poverty, or they might have to put their education on hold. They might have to change their life plans, or they might have increased difficulty leaving an abusive partner. There's research that also shows for individuals that have not had access to an abortion, 4 years down the line, the prevalence of poverty is increased. This is called the Turnaway Study. I reference it in my citations. I want to underscore my support and the ACLU of New Hampshire's support for this amendment, as reproductive freedom is essential to fulfilling the promise of equality and self-determination, and the Granite State's principles of the right to privacy and individual liberty. I also wanted to speak a bit to the least restrictive means language that's in the CACR. The least restrictive language provides what would be a strict scrutiny test for the right to an abortion. As folks might be aware, no right is 100% guaranteed. Sometimes rights compete with one another. But this language prioritizes the right to an abortion when it is challenged for, say, the right to the parent. So this extra language gives the right to an abortion an additional protection when it is perhaps challenged in the courts, and that's why the ACLU is in support of it. So I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Perez.
How does the ACLU define life?
I thank you for your question. I don't think that that is something that falls in the scope of the work that the ACLU does.
Follow-up?
Well, in the definition of the ACLU, they say their purpose is to defend and preserve the individual rights and liberties guaranteed to every person in this country by the Constitution and laws of the United States. I'm just wondering what their definition is when there is a person.
Thank you for your question. I think it would be best for me to get back to you and working with an attorney on that, but I do want to note that the ACLU has always supported the prevailing right of the pregnant individual to have the autonomy to make reproductive decisions. Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Since you represent a bunch of attorneys, maybe you would know, or you could get back to us with the answer. You say in your testimony here, after the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade, we no longer have a federal constitutional right to an abortion. When was the Constitution amended to allow for, or to give the right for an abortion? When was the Constitution amended again to take away that right? And are you conflating, are these attorneys conflating Roe versus Wade, which is a judicial precedent, with a constitutional right? So a little disingenuous language here. Just want to know.
Thank you for your question, Representative. In the 1970s, when Roe v. Wade was ruled, the courts interpreted that the right to privacy was a constitutional right. The Dobbs decision overturned that ruling, and the courts had stated that it's up to states to take independent actions to protect the right to abortion as interpreted, which is why this amendment is so important. Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Laura Gandia, please.
Good morning. Members of the committee, my name is Laura Gandia, and I'm here representing Cornerstone Action. I'm speaking in opposition to CACR 23. The Constitution is not, nor should it ever be used as a political pawn. Amendments to the Constitution should seek justice for the benefit of the common good, should unite us as free people, not divide us. The weaponization of the New Hampshire Constitution, as outlined in CACR 23, tears at the very heart and soul of our republic. We are called to promote charity and human dignity for the common good, a common purpose. For the Constitution to serve its purpose, it must act as a coherent, unified working document. Any amendment should echo and support its purposes. An amendment cannot survive if it disrupts or conflicts with other provisions. CACR 23 represents challenges as an unconstitutional amendment. The amendment must be harmonious with the body of the Constitution. It cannot be internally inconsistent. If it is, then such amendment should be declared unconstitutional. In the Dobbs decision, the court noted that the Constitution makes no reference to abortion. No such right is implicitly protected by the Constitution or any constitutional provision. An abortion in and of itself is contrary to the spirit and intent of the Constitution. The court recognized that there are rights that are not explicitly mentioned which can garner constitutional support, provided those rights are deeply rooted in this nation's history and implicit in the concept of ordered liberty. The New Hampshire Constitution makes that abundantly clear in Part 1, Article 2 of our Constitution. All men have certain natural, essential, and inherent rights. The drafters of our Constitution understood that there were certain rights, not all rights, that are worthy of constitutional protection. Abortion is not a right contemplated by the Constitution, nor is it a right contemplated by the 14th Amendment. It is not deeply rooted in our nation's history, or is it implicit in the concept of ordered liberty. It is critically different from any other right that the U.S. Supreme Court held worthy of constitutional liberty protection. When the 14th Amendment was adopted, 3/4 of the states made abortion a crime at all stages. Our Bill of Rights, Article 1, states, as part of its purpose, all government is instituted for the general good for all. Article 2 calls for the protection, enjoyment, and defense of life and liberty. This CACR defies and conflicts with these articles, creating dissension, discord, and inconsistencies. There is no rational basis for the institution of this amendment or how it is central to liberty and dignity. Even if someone believes that abortion is a right contemplated by the Constitution, a look at the New Hampshire State Constitution, Article 3, dictates the hitting of the brakes. Article 3 provides when one enters into a state of society, they surrender up some of their natural rights in order to ensure the protection of others. The others can and clearly should be viewed as the children in our society, to include those children living in their mother's womb. Further, as already has been stated, the language of CACR 23 is extremely problematic. The amendment's language proposes that the state cannot prohibit abortion prior to 24 weeks unless it is justified by compelling state interests achieved by the least restrictive means. Attempting to apply a strict scrutiny standard assumes without justification that abortion is a fundamental right. The New Hampshire Constitution clearly states that there are certain unalienable rights. Further, the fundamental rights that demand strict scrutiny has been identified, and they include such rights as freedom of speech, voting, laws that discriminate based on race, not the aborting of our children.
You know what, ma'am, could I just ask you, I've sort of requested people to try to keep it to 3 minutes,
Yep.
and I think you're considerably over that
Okay.
now. I'd appreciate it if you could
Sure.
sort of sum up. Thank you.
New Hampshire has recognized the rights of parents to care for their children as a fundamental liberty interest protected by Article 1, by Part 1, Article 2 of the New Hampshire Constitution. It's impossible to reconcile the well-established interests of the New Hampshire Constitution with aborting our children for the sake of liberty. And the CICR further states that after 21 weeks, that the physician shall apply applicable standards of care in making a professional judgment. This language is vague, subjective, and undefinable. The language does not even attempt to categorize or set parameters for where it is necessary or what the applicable standard of care would be to allow abortion up to birth. To whom is this standard being applied? Is it for the baby? As we know, doctors now take extraordinary measures in their standard of care to
Again,
protect
could I
children.
please ask you to sum up, please?
Sure.
You're quite a bit over.
Sure. This amendment would desecrate and defile our Constitution, resulting in a dishonor to our founders and all the citizens of our great state, including our most precious children. A vote of inexpedient to legislate is the only just, proper, and appropriate action.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Questions for this witness?
Well, I don't have a question specifically, although I thank her for she put a lot of effort in the testimony and it's very thought-provoking. I just wanted to welcome former Representative Gandia back because I think there's maybe only one other person at the table who served with her, but it's always good to see a former legislator come back because we're a family, we're a very large family. We disagree about lots of things, but we're still a family, and it's always good to see you again. So thank you. And I guess we'll be seeing you some more if you're working for Cornerstone. So thank you.
I thank you for that recognition,
Thanks.
and it's nice to be back.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you. All right. Heather Stockwell, please.
She just has to step out.
Okay, we'll skip her over.
Her testimony to get copies so I can give it to you. She has to leave to a medical.
Oh, okay. So you want to bring that up, or is she going to come back and testify?
She went to a medical appointment.
Oh, sure. So why don't you give us? Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Jason Hennessy, please. And again, Mr. Hennessy, I would ask you if you please confine your remarks to about 3 minutes, okay? Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, my name is Jason Hennessy. I'm here to represent New Hampshire Right to Life, New Hampshire's largest single-issue pro-life organization, and as well as the many, many, many pro-life New Hampshire residents. So we are completely opposed to the CACR 23. The first thing to mention is that this would legalize abortion through birth. And that is a very big deal. That is out of touch with 90% of Americans, according to a Harvard-Harris poll from 2022, as well as 70% of New Hampshire residents. Now, if you don't doubt that this is abortion till birth, you just need to take a look at the bill. The bill says that abortion after 24 weeks is allowed with a physician's opinion. If you were to attend the hearing for a very similar bill, CACR 24, last week in the Senate, you would have heard physicians from New Hampshire saying that abortion is always okay, that in their opinion, it's always an option. So if you believe that elective abortions don't happen after that stage in the third trimester, you just need to look at the statistics from other states. Even though there aren't very many of these third trimester abortions, there are statistics that say that roughly half of them, give or take, are what we would call electives, so not for the health or for rape or incest or those types of things. There are also clinics across the country that advertise that they will do 8 and 9 month abortions for whatever reason you want. So this bill is extreme. The state has a duty to defend life. And make no mistake, these are, especially in the third trimester, these are healthy babies. These are babies that could be born. These are babies that feel pain, that could be given up because of our safe haven law. Nobody's required to raise a child. Under a safe haven law in New Hampshire, we've had for over 20 years now. You can drop a child off at a hospital for any reason, no questions asked. And that's on top of adoption. I want to mention the story of Brooke Fisk. Brooke was 17 weeks pregnant with her son, Mackie. She visited the child's father to say, will you help me raise this child? In return, he put chemical abortion drugs into her tea, and she drank it and then lost her child. This constitutional amendment, as the chair pointed out, gives individuals the right to abort. It doesn't say whose child they can abort. Would this legalize the victimization and oppression of women? That is a question that needs to be answered. There was another victim in Wisconsin, and she lost several pregnancies before finally catching her oppressor, and then now thankfully he's in jail. But she had several miscarriages. How many people? How many people would take a look at this law, say, oh, I have some protection if I get arrested for this? Most people probably wouldn't get caught. So this bill offers nothing to support women who want their child, and it oppresses, controls, and victimizes pregnant women.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. You're at your time. Questions for this witness?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I would call on Katie DeAngelis, please. Thank you.
Honorable committee members of House Judiciary, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Katie DeAngelis, and I'm a resident of Nottingham, and I'm here to express my support for CACR 23. Today, I'm here to share my story. I'm thankful every day for my 2 wonderful children. My pregnancies were relatively uneventful, which I am so incredibly grateful for. My deliveries, on the other hand, were a very different story. While both were difficult, my last delivery was especially harrowing. I won't go into specifics because much of it I'm still working through today with the help of my therapist. However, the crucial point is that during that labor, there was a very real moment when I didn't believe either I or my child would be walking out of that hospital. I've always been pro-choice, even before delivering my son, but it was this experience that taught me two inalienable truths. The first is that we are so fortunate to have fantastic healthcare providers that live in New Hampshire. Our providers use their knowledge and experience to provide invaluable care to the people across our state. It is providers like the ones who have testified before you that saved my life and my son's life that day. They're the reason that I'm here and able to testify, and I will forever be grateful. The second truth is that decisions about my body are rightfully mine alone, as I am the only one who truly knows what's at stake. During both of my pregnancies and deliveries, I was incredibly fortunate to have the protection of Roe. Its fall is one of the deciding factors in my decision not to become pregnant again. I see the current bills legislators have proposed in the New Hampshire House. I hear the genuine fear among the providers in our medical community who have testified. The last thing that I would want my provider to worry about is being able to prove in a court of law that their conduct was necessary to save my life, or whether my life was indeed ever in danger to begin with. I don't want my life to come down to an uncertain legal landscape when I have two children who need their mom to come home to them at the end of the day. I know this must be an incredibly challenging job. You represent people across the Granite State that have a diverse range of beliefs. Thank you for all of your work on our behalf. But I'm here today to ask that you let me help make this decision, that you let us, the people of New Hampshire, make this decision. Trust us to make the right decision for ourselves and pass CACR 23. Thank you for your time and consideration. I won't be taking any questions.
Thank you. All right, Lynn Painter? Great, thank you. No problem, no problem.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is Dr. Lynn Painter. I live in Concord. I'm here to support CACR 23. I'm convinced that we need a constitutional amendment based on my professional work and on my personal experiences, which I'll summarize for you. I'm a retired doctor, not an obstetrician. I'm an internist. Even before I was a doctor, I was a nurse. In that role in particular, but also as an internist, I counseled many pregnant women who came for me for information about their pregnancies, about options, and I included legal abortion in my information that I shared with them. And these conversations taught me so much about the multitude of circumstances which led some of those women to choose abortion. We've heard some of these stories today. I heard about multiple contraceptive failures. I heard about sexual coercion inside and outside of marriage. I heard about the worry of another mouth to feed within the powerlessness of poverty, previous life-threatening pregnancy complications, as we've just so eloquently heard, and many, many more personal stories. And these women were not selfish. They needed health care. I'm also a mother of two precious daughters, and I'm a person who, sadly, experienced a spontaneous abortion. That's the medical term for a miscarriage. When I was 16 weeks along in my very first pregnancy, my body went into labor. I began to deliver my far too premature fetus, my son. I was bleeding. My obstetrician performed an office procedure, a dilatation and curettage. We call it a D&C, and that safely stopped my bleeding. That same D&C procedure is also used safely to terminate pregnancies in the office. What would have happened to me if a 15-week abortion ban had been in place at that time? Would she have acted in time? Would she have been willing to perform a potentially questionable procedure? Doctors are not martyrs. If they're facing being called a felon, losing their medical license, they don't do it. They're not reassured in the moment when there's urgency by a vaguely worded exception to protect the life of the mother. The idea that these exceptions that you write in cover it all is simply not accurate in the real world. These doctors have families to feed, so what do? They leave the state, they don't come here to train, we lose obstetricians, labor and delivery suites are closing throughout New Hampshire for many reasons. Or they stop performing health care that women need. Women can die as a result, and right now, today, there are actual court cases in Texas and Idaho over the issue of whether emergency abortions to save the life of the mother can be required.
You know, again, you're sort of over your 3 minute, you're over your 3 minute time. I just ask you if you could sum up, if you would.
I will.
Please. Thank you.
We've heard a lot of the reasons that a constitutional amendment is important. I support those reasons in protecting life. We need CACR 23, which would ensure that this nuanced and complex healthcare decision can be made privately and confidentially, and we need, in such a personal situation and personal issue, to hear from the voters, as has already been eloquently expressed today. So I will close by urging you to support CACR 23, let Granite Staters vote in New Hampshire, and I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, I'm next going to call on Executive Councilor Cindy Warmington, please. Oh, there's a, right there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Good morning, esteemed members of the Board of the House Judiciary Committee. My name is Cindy Warmington. I live in Concord, and I serve as our state's executive counselor for the 2nd District. I come before you today asking that each of you support the fundamental freedom of Granite Staters to access safe, legal abortion care, and, more specifically, vote ought to pass on this constitutional amendment, concurrent resolution 23. Since the United States Supreme Court overturned the long-standing protections guaranteed by Roe v. Wade, millions of Americans have faced restrictions on their fundamental freedom to access safe, legal abortion, rights that generations before them previously came to rely upon. Following that decision, in June of 2022, state houses all across the country have moved to obstruct reproductive freedom, including right here in New Hampshire, where Republicans recently introduced a 15-day abortion ban. Attempts like these are dangerous to the health and well-being of the women of our state and must be stopped. Simply put, freedom for women starts with being able to make our own reproductive health care decisions, to plan, prevent, and space our own pregnancies. The ability to access comprehensive reproductive health care, including birth control and abortion care, is essential to protecting the health and well-being of all. This constitutional amendment would ensure all Granite Staters have the freedom to make their own personal reproductive health care decisions without government interference. There has been repeated evidence and public polling that show a vast majority of Granite Staters support reproductive freedom and want state leaders to protect their right to abortion care. Yet New Hampshire is currently the only state in New England that does not protect abortion rights. We must change that. This is an opportunity to enshrine reproductive freedom into our state constitution and make New Hampshire a place where we explicitly trust women and their doctors to make their own personal health care decisions, not politicians. We cannot wait. We must act today to protect our fundamental freedom, and once again, I urge each of you to put the fundamental freedom of Granite Staters above politics and vote ought to pass on this constitutional amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you. Next, I'm going to call on Aaron Joerger, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and all of the committee members for allowing me to
Thank
speak.
you for the promotion, but I don't think I've earned it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I am an individual citizen of New Hampshire, and I am here to voice support for CACR. I strongly believe that decisions regarding abortion should be solely left to a pregnant person and their physician. This personal medical decision should not be legislated. It should be left to individuals and professionals. Legislators do not understand all of the complications that may occur during pregnancy and should not be legislating it as a result. Until abortion is ingrained in our Constitution, current and future pregnant persons are at risk, even those who may never choose to have an abortion, because they may not be able to find adequate obstetric care if these obstetricians choose to not practice in New Hampshire because of this issue. I think that is a really grave concern and very realistic. We may be seeing that. These unintended consequences could be catastrophic for New Hampshire citizens. Having given birth after a full-term pregnancy, I can't imagine learning that my fetus wasn't viable at 25 or 26 weeks, and yet still having to carry that fetus full term. The emotional scarring would be catastrophic, in my opinion. Being pregnant is extremely difficult. Even that I had a very easy pregnancy, and I'll tell you, it was still extremely emotional and extremely physical challenging. I think these decisions should be left to individuals and absolutely needs to be in our Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Next, Kenneth Bero. Thank you. Great. Thank you very much.
And you did a pretty good job on my name. Most people don't pronounce it correctly. Berthiaume.
I'm sorry?
That's okay. I've been going through it since kindergarten. I live in Manchester. I'm a doctor of chiropractic. I'm opposed to CACR 23. Although I'm not an obstetrician, I've had many courses in embryology, obstetrics, gynecology, pediatrics. Let me just talk about my former teacher who was gynecology. She taught us gynecology and obstetrics. She was a nurse and a midwife at the time when she was telling us this story that she was delivering babies down the hall in the hospital, and then down the hall she was aiding in killing them. It was very emotional for her, so she stopped doing that. I can't speak for being pregnant or having an abortion, but several members of my family have had abortions, and I can relate as a man to the trauma and the difficulty of unplanned pregnancy. These gentlemen have talked about, and people have talked about, viability of, and even when life begins. I have some things on the paper there that Bernard Nathanson was he passed away. He was a gynecologist who performed over 75,000 abortions in his lifetime. He saw an ultrasound, this was back in the 80s, of an abortion, and this was in the technology of 40 years ago, where the technology now, if you look at an ultrasound of a baby in the womb, even very, very small in early development, it's very graphic. There is a person in there. It is a baby. There's talk about it's part of, or it's a woman's right to choose or control choice of her body. The baby in her womb is totally different from her. The baby has totally different DNA than the mother, especially if it's a boy. It's totally different. Fetus is just a name that we telling us how old the child is, like toddler, middle schooler, teenager, and adult tell us how old the person is. And because we can't see with our naked eyes babies when they're initially in the womb, it's similar to, and I have on the paper there, with taking a picture of this beautiful rainbow. I saw it 3 times coming up from Manchester, 3 different places, beautiful rainbow. Remember the old Polaroids, or they still have Polaroids? You take a picture, the paper comes out, you can't see anything because it's not fully developed yet, but it's there. If I went up to you and I ripped it up, the picture you took of that rainbow, you'd be very mad at me for doing that because you took a picture of a beautiful rainbow. But it's not developed yet. If you give it time, it will develop and you'll see the picture.
So you're getting, you're really at the 3-minute point, so I would appreciate it if you could just sum up what you have to say.
Okay, that Bernard Nathanson who I mentioned, after he performed those 75,000 abortions, he made that video of an actual abortion, an ultrasound, and he stopped performing abortions after that. The doctor who performed that abortion had performed about 10,000 abortions previous to that. He stopped performing abortions because he saw that it was a life in there. The lady who was assisting that...
Yeah, I really need you to sum up, sir, okay? You're considerably over your time now.
I'm just done here. Abortion is not safe. Many women die. I encourage you as a society, as legislators, as people, stop the killing.
All right, questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really have a question for you. Some of our witnesses have been very generous and have submitted to us written testimony, which we, in fact, all read. Do you think you could suggest that if someone is going to submit written testimony, that they don't then stand up and read it, but perhaps just summarize it for us and for the rest of the people in the room? Thank you.
No, I agree. I think that is an excellent suggestion, and I would encourage future witnesses to please do that. If you have written testimony, obviously we will take it and we will read it, and you can also submit that online. You should know if you wish to. But thank you. Good suggestion. Thank you very much, sir. All right. Next, Emily Zazano, please. Zazano.
Good morning, Chair Lynn and Honorable House Judiciary Committee members. My name is Emily Zajano. I'm a resident of Exeter, and I'm asking you to support CACR 23. I am a pediatric emergency medicine physician. My adult life has been dedicated to saving children's lives, but I could not save my own daughters. I had 2 abortions. My story is of my love and my heartbreak, but the value is in my body and my choices. This was my first pregnancy and very much wanted by my husband and I. We were shocked and thrilled when our first scan at 12 weeks showed 2 babies. However, the ultrasound showed I also had a uterine anomaly, a potentially life-threatening condition. The twins were in 2 different areas of my uterus. More studies suggested I was safe, and we would have our baby girls. We chose names. I marked the date on my calendar when they would be 29 weeks and likely to survive. At 16 weeks and 4 days pregnant, I woke up with pain that became sharp and severe. It hurt to breathe. I was ultimately sent to a Boston hospital. My husband and I sat in a dark room where monitors show the ultrasound images. Turned on during happy scans, turned off during the sad ones. They were off for ours. The news was worse than we could imagine. The left side was a previously unrecognized rudimentary horn, and the uterine wall had ruptured in 2 places. This fetus had no chance. My womb was literally broken. On the right side, the baby had a congenital heart defect which would require surgery and functioning lungs to survive, if she could make it to viability in my broken womb. These findings changed everything. To save my life, I needed surgery, and one of my daughters inside needed to be removed. In surgery, they saved the unicornate uterus, and the fetus on the right was still there, but it was clear that allowing the pregnancy to continue would put me at a huge risk. For 2 weeks, I sat on the couch, tried to heal from surgery, and I loved my baby as hard as I could. I grieved. We went to Boston for the appointment the day before the D&C, the abortion. We were there for medical care. We were there to save my life. We were there because this was the most appropriate decision for our family. We were there because we needed to be there. My abortions saved my life. My abortions allowed me to have more children. My abortions allowed me to continue my work to save your children's lives. As a doctor and as a patient, I understand just how different every pregnancy is. Granite Staters and their medical providers need all options available to them without government interference. Please pass CACR 23. Allow voters to weigh in and protect access to safe and legal abortion for everyone who needs this care. Thank you for your time and for your service.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Representative Perez.
Thank you. Thanks for taking my question. I'm going to ask the same thing. Do you have a reason why you feel 24 weeks is the appropriate time for this constitutional amendment?
So I am not involved in the writing of this constitutional amendment. I am here to support the constitutional amendment, and that voters should weigh in on the constitutional amendment.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, I'm going to call on Michelle Foisey.
Good morning, Chair Lynn and Honorable House Judiciary Committee members. My name is Michelle Foisey. I live in Temple, and I am urging you to support CACR 23. 2 years ago, I stood before New Hampshire lawmakers for the first time and told my daughter Kayla's story, our abortion story. I was here to support HB 1609 to add a fatal fetal diagnosis exception to our state's abortion ban. I spoke of being a mother of 7 children, including my daughter Kayla, who I lost 19 years ago due to a fatal fetal anomaly. Our abortion was at 22 weeks. Heading in for our routine ultrasound at 21 weeks, we were filled with joy and excitement for the new addition to our family. Our 2.5-year-old was with us that day and thrilled about becoming a big sister. We did not receive good news on that day, December 5th, 2005. On December 10th, Kayla was delivered stillborn after our termination the day before. As we held her in our arms for several hours, we said goodbye to the little girl that we continue to love with all of our hearts and will for a lifetime. Kayla was found to have a deletion in her 15th chromosome that was not detected until after our abortion. Our amniocentesis results returned a month after our termination, when I would have been 26 weeks pregnant. This timeline is the reason that I began to tell our story in support of the Fatal Fetal Anomaly Amendment added to the abortion ban instituted 2 years ago. It is clear that in these incredible complex situations, decisions should be left to a pregnant person and their doctor. I have learned a great deal over the course of the last 2 years. I have heard other Granite Staters' abortion stories. Our experiences are varied, but every one of us deserve the right to make our own personal, private healthcare decisions. That's why I am urging you to allow voters the opportunity to add the right to abortion to our state constitution. Since Roe v. Wade was overturned in summer of '22, our country's reproductive healthcare landscape has been in disarray. 1 in 3 American women have lost the right to abortion in their home state. While abortion remains safe and legal in New Hampshire before 24 weeks, we are the only state in New England without a proactive protection for abortion rights. Granite Staters are now susceptible to out-of-state attacks on their health care. In New Hampshire, don't let other states dictate our rights. That's not the 603 way. I did not make the decision to have an abortion with ease nor uninformed. Though we had only hours to make our decision, those hours were filled with gathering information and asking many questions. In the days that followed, I continued to look for answers, and together with my physicians, we made the best decision for our family. Not once did I look to my state legislators for advice, opinions, or medical knowledge. I trusted in my physicians' expertise and the information that we had. Granite Staters are capable of making thoughtful decisions about their own health care in consultation with their loved ones, faith, and medical providers as they see fit. New Hampshire's elected officials should not turn their backs on our state's tradition of trusting Granite Staters to make these decisions. In the face of national uncertainty, you have the ability to take proactive action to ensure abortions remain safe and legal in New Hampshire. I urge you to support CA-CR 23. Thank you for your time.
All set? Okay. Yeah. I'll be quick, Judge Lynn. Good morning, honorable committee members and House Judiciary. My name is Brian. I'm a resident of Concord, and I'm here speaking in support of CA-CR 23. I'm also speaking only for myself. I merely want to tell a quick story about my experience supporting a loved one through their abortion. We struggled at the time, having grown up in a faith that taught me to believe abortion was selfish and harmful. I know now firmly that abortion is health care, and I decided that I wanted to be as supportive as I could, knowing that it was her decision. In 2003, my then pregnant girlfriend told me her decision to have an abortion. On the day of the appointment, I remember quietly moving through a large group of protesters with rosaries as we walked up the steps to the Equality Health Center together, right down the street. Once we made it through the front doors, we were immediately greeted and treated with compassion and empathy. The staff there welcomed us with kindness and without judgment. With my partner's permission, the staff allowed me to go upstairs and hold her hand during the abortion. My experience there felt like a comforting embrace with people who listened, understood, and took care of us with respect and dignity. I will never forget the feeling and safety they created in that room. Ultimately, we broke up that year. However, we met for lunch 17 years later. While the decision for her was a challenging one at the time, we agreed that it was the draconian beliefs and cold, callous teachings we were brought up with that made the experience of a medical decision a living hell. I used to have nightmares of that day we went through with the abortion. I think about the protesters and the shame put upon us both in her decision. Now I dream of a day where everyone can access the care they need when they need it, free from shame, judgment, and harm, without government intrusion. As a man raising an independent little girl, it frightens me that any politician or person in a position of power thinks they should be able to decide what a person does or doesn't do with their body. Over the last few years, I have watched as a veracity of attacks on abortion access escalate in my state. I believe people should be supported in their decisions and not be judged. CA-CR 23 would amend the New Hampshire Constitution and enshrine the right to reproductive freedom, recognizing that individuals have the right to make decisions about their own bodies and reproductive choices. After all, everyone's path in life looks a little different. Access to abortion care is essential for equity, autonomy, and the ability to determine our own lives. None of us can be truly free if we don't all have the right to make our decisions about our bodies, our lives, and our futures. Judge Lynn, I'm Irish and I was baptized Catholic. Due to the mismanagement from the Diocese of Manchester of their predator priests, my innocence and right to choose what happened to my body was stolen from me as an altar boy. If Bishop Lebowski thinks I'll abide him advocating for the flock to vote to take away my little girl's right to autonomy over her body, he's dead wrong. Thank you.
I'm here today to give testimony from my friend Marina Kers of Kensington, New Hampshire. She couldn't be here because of flooding at her home. Good morning, members of the New Hampshire House Judiciary Committee. I oppose CACR 23 because I believe no one should have the right to deprive an emerging human being of life. Sanctity of life is not only a religious belief, but a moral and ethical conviction for millions, even billions of people worldwide. It can't be erased from human consciousness, but is an often rationalized way for the sake of expediency. Pro-choice, I'm all for that too, but only before conception, not after. My personal experience at a young age dictates my current pro-life stance. I can give faces and names to this issue. At age 17, before abortion was legal, I was pregnant out of wedlock. Had it been legal and left to my own devices, misgivings about the future might have led me down a path of expediency via abortion rather than a path of conscience and integrity. Fortunately, it wasn't legal, and it was also out of my hands. My parents objected strongly to the idea of abortion while being supportive of me. I surrendered my daughter for adoption and later decided to have no other children. And more than 2 decades later, my daughter Crystal contacted me when I met her and her husband. They had 2 daughters, Cassie and Katie. By this time, Cassie has 2 children, Logan and Luna, now age 6 and 4. Those 5 people are the face, the name, and the beating heart of my pro-life conviction today. A decision for life always leads to greater life. Not only that, but my future turned out fine too, and my conscience is clear. To all women, I say, whatever our personal decisions in the past, we can reclaim and stand up for our unique position as the bearers and defenders of human life, a position so important, so fundamental, yet often devalued because it can't be monetized. Nothing devalues it more than the practice of abortion. Men, you are not letting us down and depriving us of gender rights by being pro-life. Thanks, guys, but the ability to bear and protect life is precisely our strength and privilege. Pass laws instead to help women and children thrive. A pro-life party doesn't exist in the U.S. The Democratic Party supports the right to life, to end life before birth. The Republican Party supports the proliferation of firearms so as to end the lives of those who survive birth. For over 4 decades, I was a registered Democrat. That changed about 15 years ago due to the increasingly fanatical pro-abortion zeal under the guise of women's reproductive rights. Respect for life put me outside the pale. The estimate is that at least 33% of Democrats are pro-life to some degree. Thanks. And I have testimony for myself as well. Yeah, I'll hand in both of the testimony.
I'm sorry, I'm going to call on Paul Gaso, please. And members of the committee, I'm aware of the time. If there are some of you who want to break to get something to eat, I'm going to hang in here, and maybe when you come back, I might, if we're still going on, I might break to have something to eat. But don't hesitate to get something to eat if you want to. Mr. Gaso.
Good afternoon, committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in opposition to this abortion bill. I've got three specific things that I wanted to communicate to you, and I'm going to try to do it within 3 minutes. The first is I am a sidewalk advocate for life. I've been doing this for over 10 years. I've talked to hundreds of women that were entering Planned Parenthood and other abortion facilities. I've also spoken to as many, if not more, of the girls and the women coming out of Planned Parenthood. Part of our team comprises 2 women that had abortions, one in their late teens and the other in their early 20s. Both suffer from depression. One indicates that she hasn't been able to work. She's 52 years old. She has government assistance. She has mental health care. The other is trying to do what she can to help other women. She runs a support group. She says if she doesn't have her support group weekly, she's like an alcoholic without AA. These are 2 devastated individuals. Another example of a woman that's gone from being, oh, by the way, those 2 were initially pro-choice. Since their abortions, they became pro-life. Another example of a person making the same kind of transition is someone that many of you know. Her name's Abby Johnson. Let me just read this very quickly. Years ago, Johnson volunteered at Planned Parenthood, eventually became the director of the clinic. Over an 8-year career in the industry, she helped facilitate more than 22,000 abortions. I really didn't even know how I got to that point, she said. It just happened in the blink of an eye. Her transition to pro-life advocacy started when she assisted with an ultrasound-guided abortion procedure. At 13 weeks, the preborn baby had every bodily function and anatomy as a fully grown adult. For the first time, I witnessed the true nature of the work that she was involved in and the unborn baby suffering at the hands of a suction tube. I knew in that moment that what I saw in just those few seconds wasn't a choice. It wasn't reproductive justice. It was not justice of any kind. It was certainly not health care. I knew that what I witnessed in those moments was murder. Murder of an innocent human being in the womb. And I knew I could not participate in that anymore. The last point I want to make is another item here online. This came from the Baby Body Parts Crisis. This is from Dr. Westhoff from Planned Parenthood, and I'm just going to read her quotes. We've just been working with people who want particular tissues, like, you know, they want cardiac, or they want eyes, or they want something else.
Sir, you're at the 3
Okay,
minutes.
let me finish up.
If there are quotes that you want to...
Yeah, I understand, sir. Just 30 seconds, please.
Okay.
Certainly everything we provide, gonads, oh my God, gonads. Everything we provide is fresh. Obviously, we would have the potential for a huge PR issue if this information was shared publicly. So I tried to provide to this committee 3 scenarios from a pro-life perspective. I believe the arguments from my side are more representative of the true reality of abortion than the emotional experiences, which I totally respect, from people that have had abortions. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Sophie Maro, please.
Hello. Good afternoon. And thank you to the members of the committee very much for your service and for your time today. My name is Sophie Maro. I'm from Portsmouth, and I'm really glad to be here today to support CACR 23. I'm here representing myself, but I do volunteer with the Lovering Health Center and with the Reproductive Freedom Fund of New Hampshire. And in those roles, I support abortion patients before, during, and after their appointments, whether that is coordinating a ride, helping them to access funding, holding their hand, providing emotional support. Whatever it may be, I consider it an honor to support people in this way, and I'm really proud to do it. And it is from this experience then that I say that everyone's reason for having an abortion is different, everyone's reason is valid, and everyone's reason is private and personal to them. And never has anyone told me that they wish that their state rep could have been more involved in that decision. There is no place for the government in someone's reproductive decisions except to guarantee that that person has the freedom to make those decisions. The government does not belong in my doctor's office or in my private medical decisions, because I can't participate equally in society if somebody else gets to make those choices for me. I am not free to direct my life if I don't get to be the one that has the final say over my own health and well-being. And importantly, I am not safe if somebody else gets to decide what happens to my body. So just to wrap up, later today we'll hear about House Bills 1248 and 1541, both of which are proof of why we need to pass CR 23. Those bills reflect policies that are deeply, deeply unpopular, as things that can kill you generally tend to be. Because that's the bottom line, is that abortion bans kill, and those bills are dangerous. And we need to stop wasting time on them. We need to stop wasting resources on them and bills like them. And we do that by deciding collectively to protect abortion in our Constitution. The Dobbs ruling put the onus on us to make that decision. So please let us make that decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions to this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Donna Peterson, please.
Thank you for hearing my testimony, Chair Lynn and members of the House Judiciary Committee. So I'm here to oppose CACR 23. And the reason why I oppose it is because I believe in the sanctity, the sacredness of all human life from conception to natural death. In our U.S. Constitution, now I'm a constituent of New Hampshire, but we're part of the United States of America. And in our U.S. Constitution, it says we hold these truths to be self-evident, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among those are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You can't have liberty and you can't have the pursuit of happiness if you don't have life first. Now, abortion bills have a very flawed premise, or abortion rights have a very flawed premise that they are based on, because they're trying to say that a life is not valid unless it reaches a certain stage of gestation. It could be birth, it could be 24 weeks, whatever it is, but it's not a valid life. And it's also a statement, the second premise that's flawed is that we define life as being worthwhile to have freedom and to have the ability to pursue happiness if we decide that they're wanted. So you have a baby that's not wanted. Their life is disposable. Now, back in Nazi Germany, Adolf Hitler and the Nazi regime, they worked very hard for years, perhaps even decades, to start devaluing human life to their people. So finally, they got to the point where they could encourage the people that we don't want a certain class of people. In that situation, it was the Jews. And so we are justified in killing 6 million of them. Now, this is a very slippery slope that we're going down as a society, and have we really stooped to that level that we devalue life so much? Do we want New Hampshire to be a culture of life or a culture of death? And I just heard a testimony a few minutes ago saying that you have to fight for life and that banning abortions deprives life. I think abortions deprive life. The mother who makes the decision to abort her baby is not deprived of life. The baby in her womb is the only one that is killed. So I think of, we were told back in '73 when Roe v. Wade was passed, this is not going to lead to any more death. It's just abortion. It's just about the baby in the womb that the mother's not ready to have. But we have the Terry Schiavo case, and she was a disabled woman, and her husband said she wouldn't want to live disabled like this, so he made the decision, and the court agreed with him for her to be euthanized by withholding food. Now the thing is, she had no living will. No one was there in the conversation between her and her husband. We don't know if she actually said that. So this is a very, very slippery slope that we're going down as a society. And we have the opportunity to agree with the Supreme Court of the United States and stand for life as they ruled. Roe v. Wade overturning was a good thing. And we have a chance, even if we're one in a handful of states in this country that stands for life, we can stand for what's just and true, and we can stand for morals.
You're over your 3 minutes, and if you could just sum up, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, so the bottom line is I believe that all life should be protected from conception to natural death. And thank you very much for hearing my testimony.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you, ma'am. Next, I'm going to call on Roy Deni.
Thank you, Chairman. Roy Deni from Windham. I represent the Knights of Columbus. I'm the state life director for the Knights of Columbus, which represents about 7,000 members here in the state of New Hampshire, along with their families. And I'll just take a minute. I'm not going to take more than that. Biological fact: every study's ever been done. Human life begins at conception. We all know that. That's a fact. And after 8 weeks after conception, the baby's heartbeat is detected, and the baby feels pain. And every survey, which was mentioned here earlier, every survey across America, particularly the Harvard-Harris poll, that 90% of all voters across the country oppose abortion right up to the moment of birth, and 70% of independent voters oppose abortion right up to birth. So that relates to, in New Hampshire, that relates that 10 to a maximum of 30% of the voters here in the Granite State support late-term abortions right up to the moment of birth. This is extreme, this is radical, and this is poor legislation for the state of New Hampshire. I appeal to every member here of this Judiciary Committee to consider what we're doing here. We're talking about protecting human life, or we're not protecting human life, and I urge everyone to change your minds and hearts and consider protecting the unborn child in the mother's womb. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deni. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, I'm going to call on, I know I'm going to butcher this name, and I apologize. The first name is Beverly Pety. If I pronounced that incorrectly, please correct me.
Thank you, and thank you for, can you hear me okay? Yeah. Beverly Pety from Loudon, New Hampshire. My testimony is really for this afternoon, but I just want the committee to know what I've been going through this morning sitting here. I suffer from a little post-traumatic stress disorder, and I have a history. I'm a woman, and the testimonies that I've heard today have been very varied. So we've heard a lot of different stories. Every situation that involves bringing a new person into this world is unique. And that's why I feel like it doesn't really belong with the Judiciary Committee. And I will be here this afternoon to testify on the other bill, because really this comes down to our First Amendment rights to exercise our own beliefs. And so some people here believe that life starts at conception, and maybe it does. I'm not really saying that it doesn't. It could actually start at conception, maybe it does. That's up for the scientists. But the sanctity of my life is just as important as that conception. God has given me life, and I'm grateful for the life that I've been given. But I also believe that I have the right over my own body and my own decisions. And I've had to make those decisions in my life. I've been on both ends of the spectrum in my life. I've had to make decisions to make abortions. I've had decisions to keep my child, and I have lost a child at 16 weeks. And none of those decisions belong with the government. It belongs with me and my relationship to God.
All right. Thank
my,
you.
My
I'm
belief,
sorry, go ahead.
my belief and my religion, and we have freedom of religion. And every other testimony here, when it comes to right of life, deals with God. And we have the right to religion first, okay? So it is up to the woman. And I think this vote is for the protection of women because it involves medical personnel. And the medical personnel still needs to be involved in the care and protection of a woman. You can't just say that all life is sanctified when you hear the testimony of a woman who almost lost her life because she needed a DNC for that, right? So if you make a decision like that, you're putting other women's life at risk, and that's not your decision. That's not your decision. You're also making the decision to murder live women who are already alive on this planet doing things like taking care of other children. She's a doctor, and her life was at risk. She takes care, she's a medical professional. We need to have respect for the people in our society to do the jobs that they need to do and give that responsibility to our medical personnel. And I'm here talking now, but I am going to be here this afternoon because I wouldn't be here now if it wasn't for those bills that you have this afternoon. And I'm a little bit confused as to why you have those bills this afternoon and you have this bill. This bill should be brought up to the population of the state of New Hampshire to be voted on because it is ultimately the people's, that's the definition of a democracy, is for us to be able to vote on these things, not for a judiciary committee to make those decisions. So I do hope it goes up for vote. And whatever these other bills are this afternoon, I'm going to get up and you're going to hear the same thing, except that it's going to be in written testimony. And I really think that we have precedent here in the United States Constitution and the New Hampshire Constitution that protects a woman's right to make this decision for herself.
All right.
So thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, I'm going to call, the last card I have is for Devin Quinn. Devin Quinn.
Chair Lynn and Representative Tubb, thank you for your accommodation. Members of the committee, my name is Devin Quinn. I'm the Director of Policy for the New Hampshire Women's Foundation, and we are very proud to support CACR 23 because the right to access the full range of reproductive health care, including abortion, is crucial to women's health and economic security and has long-term impacts on women and their families. New Hampshire is the only state in New England that has not proactively protected the right to abortion in state law, despite New Hampshire women from across the political spectrum fighting for decades for the right to reproductive freedom. It's time to allow New Hampshire voters to decide if there should be a clear and affirming right to bodily autonomy in the state's constitution. Not only is the choice to end a pregnancy a right, but it is for some a means to economic prosperity, safety, and the ability to flee violence, and the opportunity to pursue dreams and develop thriving communities. New Hampshire women are more likely than men to live in poverty with a gender wage gap that increases by race, ethnicity, and geography. And women are more likely to have been impacted by interpersonal or sexual violence. These indicators of well-being are significantly impacted by the ability to make reproductive decisions, including abortion for oneself. We must protect the right to abortion to continue to support women's autonomy, health, wellness, economic security, and ability to support thriving communities. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. I don't have any other pink cards. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on CACR 23? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on CACR 23. Thank you all for being here, and I'm going to recess the committee until 1:30 when we'll take up HB 1248. I'm hoping that the cafeteria downstairs isn't going to be overly crowded, but if it is and we are a little bit late, please understand that we will continue as soon as we get back. Thank you. Everyone, it's a little past 1:30. I'm sorry we were back a little bit late, but we tried our best. And I'm now going to open the House Judiciary Committee hearing on HB 1248 FN relative to restrictions on access to abortion. And I'm going to first recognize Representative Dave Tesserman, the prime sponsor of the bill. Representative Tesserman.
You just said I'm Dave Tesserman. I'm a representative from Franklin. I represent the city of Franklin. Today I came to introduce the bill 1248. It's fairly simple. It just takes the time for a number of weeks, kicks it down from 24 to 15, and adds an extra doctor to the proceedings. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Questions for Representative Tesserman? Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay. All right. Next, I'm going to call on Representative John Sellers, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, committee. Representative John Sellers, Grafton, District 18. I am a co-sponsor of this bill, and I'm actually proud of co-sponsoring this bill. Yes, it's 15 days. This is the 15-day bill, right? Correct?
This is a 15-day bill, yes.
Thank you. I just want to bring up a few things that I brought up even this morning, and we talked about the CACR bill, but in essence, we're still talking about a life of a child, a baby at this point, and it's not going away. All right, we're trying to protect life and save life, where the other side or the sponsors or the people against this bill are trying to actually destroy life and kill it. And it's not a growth, it's not a tumor, it's an individual being. I mean, from once the woman and the man get together and they do the act, and that seed actually penetrates the egg, it is immediately starting to be a unique human being. You're talking about hair color, eye color, skin color, height, maybe even weight, and anything else that goes along with the body at that point. So, I mean, this is very interesting. I mean, it's a lot like science. We can't create this stuff, and I don't understand why we're trying to destroy it. It makes no sense to destroy it. So I just want to bring up a few items here that I had gotten written down here. I heard even this morning, it's like my body, my choice. And God, I mean, I keep hearing it over and over and over, my body, my choice. Isn't that the time of choice? Wouldn't that be the time when you're actually having the sex, taking the sex, doing the sex? I mean, seriously, isn't that the time you make the choice of saying, should I protect myself or not? What about at that point, after they've had the sex, at that point, the child that starts to grow immediately, what about she's a woman. It could be a woman or it could be a man. But let's assume she's a woman. What about her choice? What about her rights? It's like you're only protecting the living outside because you can physically see a person. But just because you can't physically see someone doesn't mean they're not existing. And again, you just keep trying to kill this child over and over. And it's just, as legislators, we're actually having license, or we're making the law to say we have the right to murder. Think about it. We're creating the law that says, hey, you can abort your child. Right now it's 24 weeks, 6 months. We say, you can go ahead and kill your child. You can murder your child at that point up until 6 months. We're the lawmakers. We have to determine that and to say, this is where we have to look at morality and say, wait, where are we going as a morality and a people of New Hampshire? I have a document here that I got from Americans United for Life. They did some research for me, which I appreciate what they did. And I'm just going to read a couple things, and what I can do is I'll send it to the entire committee. You guys can look through it. It's about 6 or 8 pages. And, you know, we're going to just rehash the same things over and over, this bill, the first bill, the next bill, right at this point. But I just want to kind of put on a couple things, which is, you know, you start thinking about these couple of things. They're irritating. It says most abortions are done for social reasons, not because the baby or the mother's medical condition. And then it goes on, it says the Guttmacher Institute has provided a number of reports over 2 decades that have identified the reasons why women choose abortion. And they have been consistently reported that childbearing would interfere with their education, work, and ability to care for existing dependents, and so on. Overall, common exceptions to abortion's restrictions are estimated to account for less than 5% of all abortions. All right, less than 5%. Meaning the 95% of abortions are for elective or unspecified reasons. 95%. This is what we're talking about. I mean, the 5%, yes, if the woman needs the help, or, you know, there's something going wrong with her life, and, you know, something happened in her life, yes, I get it. You know, save the woman for all, you know, all possibilities. But, you know, this here, 95%. We're saying take that baby, just throw it in the trash can. Someone said we should all go down to an abortion clinic and watch one done. Or watch a video even. It'd be amazing. You might change your mind just by watching that. I'm just going to point out maybe one other thing here. It goes on. It goes on. The belief that a woman needs abortion, the belief that women need abortion in order to obtain success and equality in America's society is unfounded and accurately harms women. Basically, this goes on to say that women are harmed by abortion's activist equality, arguing because it easily communicates that the woman's pregnancy and parenting is a disability. It's not a disability. It's a blessing. It truly is a blessing. And it goes on, the last part of this says, parent is a disability for most females suffer. Therefore, it explicitly or implicitly assumes that the male body and reproduction model is the norm. You know, it's not the case. We can just go over and over and over and over. We all have to come to this morality part of our life here and say, you know, come on, we all know the truth, all right? There are some abortions that absolutely need to happen. There are 95% of them that don't. And we can't be the ones given the license for the law. We got to stop this. If it's 15 days, 15 weeks, we got to stop it. Actually, it should be from conception. And really, I'll admit that 15 days is technically from conception. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Tripp.
Thank you for taking my question. Since you said that 95% of the abortions are elective, do you have any statistics on when in the pregnancy these elective abortions occur, say at the 15-day mark or the 15-week month or the 24-week mark?
In this article here, it does not say, which I am going to pass the entire article on for you, and it's only 6 or 8 pages. And they also reference all the footnotes and where they have all their information from. All right, so that does not say if it was like from the first week to, you know, the 27th week or anything. Sorry.
Other questions to this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next, I'm going to call on Representative Mary Phillips.
Thank you. Mary Phillips, representing Grafton County District 12. I rise today in opposition of HB 1248. Let's just say you ignore the science. that at 15 days it's difficult to determine exact gestational age because we're really talking about 2 to 4 cells instead of a fetus. Let's just ignore the fact that at 15 days, nothing would show up in an ultrasound, and no diagnosis of a mother's health or a baby's prospective health care can be made. Let's just ignore the fact that at 15 days, physicians can't knowingly locate, let alone perform, any procedure on said 2 to 4 cells. Let's ignore the fact that at 15 days, an abortion ban would further drive OBGY surgeons and physicians from practice in New Hampshire, creating a pregnancy care and reproductive cancer care desert for all of our families. Let's just ignore that more than 75% of Granite Staters who believe that reproductive choice should be available to pregnant people. Let's ignore the unfair financial impacts on women and pregnant people who are denied abortion care, aiming instead for underemployment and less than full economic progress. Let's ignore the vast majority of Granite Staters who believe that government should have no place in the medical decision-making or interfering with Granite Staters' privacy. Let's ignore the other denominations of Christianity and religion that believe abortion is moral, humane, and a true expression of God's love, and let's ignore the fact that a cruel 15-day abortion ban would effectively be signing the death warrants for Granite Staters who experience complications in pregnancy and run out of time or cannot afford to travel to other states to get the health care that we need. So let's just ignore all that science, logic, fact, reason, humanity. Let's pass this unconscionable bill. Let's be clear. Passage of HB 1248 will accelerate the quickening pace of the voting age electorate in New Hampshire that runs, not walks, away from the Republican Party for either more independent or more Democratic candidates who will protect independent medical decision-making and the right to reproductive health care choice. Let this be a warning to you. A 15-day abortion ban will trigger a generational political wave against trusting Republicans to draft public policy for which the GOP will never fully recover in the state of New Hampshire. Passage of 1248 will be a strategic failure and a colossal mistake, and for these reasons, I implore members of this committee to vote inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking our questions. You said that in 15 days, there's only 2 to 4 cells, let alone a fetus. So when is there a fetus?
Thank you for the question. So I am not a healthcare physician. I am married to one, and I do not hold the expertise to delineate when a fetus becomes into existence, but I think we should recognize that at 15 days from the point of pregnancy, we are not talking about a heartbeat, we're not talking about cardiac activity, we're not talking about hearts and lungs, we're not talking about hands and fingertips and feet. We're talking about 2 to 4 cells. So I think we just need to recognize that, that is not something that a woman will even know she's pregnant at that point because there is no physical embodiment that would cause a woman to know they're pregnant at that point. Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, Representative Perez, did you wish to testify?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee. I was an original signer on this bill. I would like to read quickly to you my apology to my constituents, to my fellow legislators. HB 1248 does not represent the voice of my constituents. I have withdrawn my name as a co-sponsor. When I was first approached with the intent of this proposed bill, I was told that it would offer lowering the existing limit of 6 months, 24 weeks, without restrictions to 3.5 months, 15 weeks, without restrictions for pregnancy termination. When the draft was released from the Office of Legislative Services, I did not do my due diligence and neglected to review the proposal prior to agreeing to co-sponsor. This was my mistake, and admittedly a grave one. I trusted but did not verify, but this was not being offered as an excuse. I had heard from multiple constituents that they felt a 15-week limit was more in line with what they would be comfortable supporting. Based on that, and prior tentatively agreeing to this bill, I researched all the pregnancy clinics in New Hampshire. I researched in New Hampshire that offered pregnancy termination, including Planned Parenthood. I found that medical abortions are only offered up to 10 to 11 weeks, with and aspiration or dilatations are offered between 13 and 15 weeks, 6 days, except for Planned Parenthood, which offers aspirations from 14 to 16 and dilatation procedures up to 21 weeks here in New Hampshire. Although I am adamantly pro-life, I have said since first announcing my run for representative that I would not have my personal agenda, but instead be your voice. That continues to be my pledge. I'm truly sorry that potentially misrepresented your voice. It was not my intention, and therefore please accept my withdrawal. I take full responsibility. That all being said, I too, like Representative Peternell, found that not one of the individuals that I encountered during my run for office had any idea of what the law was here in New Hampshire. They had no idea that we had a 6-month allowance for abortions for any reason in the states. I have since becoming elected, had multiple constituents reach out to the state that 6 months is too long. Why? That is why I continually questioned in the last hearing, why 24 weeks? When I explained to those not aware that they were surprised that abortion was allowed that high, that is one of the reasons when speaking about CACR, I kept asking the question. I am pro-life, but I was not elected to represent myself. I believe that the 24 weeks is way too high. The constituents want 15 weeks, and people are so uninformed about what the actual laws are here in New Hampshire that we need to guide them until they can become informed. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions to this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Heather Stockwell, please.
Well, I was going to say good morning, but it is afternoon. Good afternoon. While I'm unbelievably sad that I need to be present at this New Hampshire State House today, to defend my individual rights, I also wouldn't want to be anywhere else. I am speaking today in support still of CACR 23, which you heard this morning and I had to leave, and against HB 1541 and 1248. I've lived in this state for over 50 years, and as some of you that are maybe sitting here today may have known my father, Steve Avery, who was a Republican state representative for approximately 16 years in this very house. And during that time period, which was over 30 years ago, close to 40 years ago, I had many father-daughter conversations with him about this topic, because similar legislation was also being heard at that time to restrict access to this important piece of healthcare, which affects around half of our population. And it's amazing to me that we really even have anything left to discuss, but here we are. So as you know, with that timeline, I also grew up in a time when people were dying because they were not able to find a medically safe place to have an abortion. Many folks lost family members. I know families that lost family members and mothers of families during this time. And so I understand the repercussions about restricting abortion access. So during these discussions, I obviously shared stories. I shared my own story, but I presented them as my friends' stories. I also did share my friends' stories with my father, who had struggled with this topic, and I managed to get my father to see the other side, quote unquote, of this issue, to see that this was a matter of individual rights, freedom, and liberty to make decisions about our own bodies. While I did not share with my dad that some of these stories were about me, today I will gladly stand here and tell you all that abortion saved my life. Saved it. And so while we're talking about life and death and human beings, I'm one of the people, right? And women or people that can get pregnant, those are the people that we're talking about who deserve to have rights. Otherwise, we are not full citizens here. And so the other part that saved my life is the fact that I did not have to tell my father about this. And I don't know if any of you understand the repercussions of a young person telling their parent who does not agree with their decision what kinds of consequences can come of that, which is why I chose not to. I knew other options were not going to work for me. Adoption, while a great option for some people, I knew it would not work for me. I knew I would not be able to give birth to a baby and then give it up for adoption. I already knew that. I also knew that I had not finished college. I had other goals in my life, to finish college, to have a career, and that if I became pregnant and gave birth to that child, that I was more likely to have to be on public assistance or services. I was not going to have the career I wanted because I was not going to be able to finish school. And I am not lying, as I think someone else this morning said. I'm not a liar. That is the actual truth. That is the actual truth, and I'm standing here to tell you my truth. So for me, that decision was fairly simple. But many folks who even support having a choice may also struggle with that decision for many reasons, whether it's an individual thing or a group or family thing or a spiritual thing or an economic thing. It's not always an easy cut and dry decision, as many folks seemingly would like to portray people who have abortions. Many pregnant people simply do not know that they are pregnant in the early stages. Most discover, I would say, around 30 days, when their menstruation cycle has failed to initiate for that month. That is generally when someone would seek a pregnancy test or medical care. So restricting that right, even by reducing the amount of time that one can follow through, like getting appointments and counseling, would be a violation of the United States Constitution, in my view, by restricting a person's right to bodily autonomy. Now, bodily autonomy, this is my final piece, bodily autonomy is also at the cornerstone of medical ethics. And I'm a healthcare organizer for my profession, so I read a lot about healthcare. Medical ethics is really important to me. And it's one of the building blocks, literally, of our freedom and our liberty. We are free to refuse medical treatment if we choose. We can even get a second or even third opinion. And ultimately, whatever decision we make, we get to either reap the rewards or suffer the consequences, even if someone did not agree with our choice. It was ours to make. And I will just end on, otherwise, we are not free in the state of New Hampshire that proclaims that it stands for these ideals, or that we would otherwise be better off dead. Live free or die. Death is not the worst of evils. We say that. I'm asking you to please protect our rights, our individual rights as human beings. Thank you so much for considering my testimony today. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much. Questions to this witness? Yes, Representative Stapleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. It's a complex issue.
It sure is.
And there are a lot of nuances and circumstances that have been discussed here and earlier on in testimony.
Yes, I was here this morning.
And we can appreciate the hardship and the struggle and the difficulty in making choices. But one of the things that I haven't heard about is when do we consider the life of the nascent human being that's being formed in the womb? When does that individual person have rights under the Constitution? And how do we balance that with the personal decisions that you just talked about?
Yeah, I guess that is the conundrum for many. I'm not sure I can answer that question because it is so, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a, I consider myself maybe a philosopher, but I personally believe that it's birth. It is birth. While it is a living being, we don't actually consider them a human being. They don't get a social security number, they don't get any health, the mother is getting the health care, not necessarily the baby at that point, until we're really in the last trimester, I would say. That's my understanding. I will stand here today and tell you I am the mother of a 22-year-old son, and so I know both sides of this. And I had my son when I was ready to have a family, when I had a more secure life, where I was married and I had a house to live in. A lot of my life when I was younger was not so stable, and I didn't think it would be fair to bring a life into the world as it is without having the capacity or the means to take care of that child. And even when one is adopted, that also means that they are receiving some sort of services, right? They're in some kind of institution, if you will, or a program for children who do not have families. And so it's still a burden, if you will, on our services either way. So I guess it's not really the whole point, I guess, is because frankly it's happening in my body, right? Or a woman's body, somebody that has a uterus, let's just say that. Right?
Right. Other questions to this witness? Follow-up, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. So it's got to be a difficult decision
Sure.
for each individual as to when the value of that life in the womb deserves to be
Sure.
born or otherwise
Sure,
because
lots
of
of things
personal
can happen,
circumstances.
right.
But what I'm getting at here is the job that the legislators have to do is to set some guidelines. And we did that with the Fetal Life Protection Act. And we're talking about, is it 15 days, 15 weeks, 18 weeks, 24 weeks? Planned Parenthood versus Casey focused on the viability when a life in the womb could conceivably live outside on its own.
Sure.
I mean, these are guideposts.
Sure, but
and they may be different for each person.
I think you're asking me a question that is not in my expertise, and I'm not a doctor, and I don't claim to be one on TV. That was humor, by the way. And I think what you're getting at, that timeline, and restricting that timeline, knowing what I know about how hard it is to have access to health care right now, especially in our state, because we have had a hard time retaining doctors I've literally gone out of state to receive health care because I can get it faster in Massachusetts than I can in New Hampshire. The wait time was significantly less. And so with that said, that those decisions are very complicated, we should give people the time they need and deserve to make that difficult decision and not rush them. Doctors are going to have their own opinions because they know more about the human body. They may have other recommendations, but that is all between a person, an individual, and their doctor, and their family, and whoever they have in their circle. It is not the business of legislators to restrict our rights. This has been a medical procedure for a long time now. We just want to keep it safe and accessible. Whether you agree with that or not, whether you want to have an abortion or not, is nobody's business. But I'm here to tell you, I'm out here. I don't really want to come here and tell you about the fact that I've had an abortion. But I'm here today because it was an important decision in my life, and I still feel that I made the right decision for me. Would I make the same decision now or when I was of childbearing age? No, maybe not. I might have had a different decision. Was my fetus viable? These are all like what if questions, and it's still, those conversations belong between the pregnant person and their providers, not the legislator, not the government. Is there any other
Thank you.
questions?
Other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Tripp.
Thank you for taking my question. You mentioned that the delay to receive health care in New Hampshire was causing a problem, and that you essentially had to go to Massachusetts to get your health care. Could you please tell me what kind of health care you were getting?
I would prefer not. Thank you. I will just say that it was a 6-month wait in New Hampshire and it was a 2-month wait in Massachusetts. That was the difference. That's a pretty significant difference when you might be navigating surgery, perhaps. So yeah, it was significant.
All right. Other questions to this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Liz Canada, please. And again, I'm trying to be mindful of the time. I'm going to ask you the following the witnesses to please try to limit your testimony to 3 minutes, if you would, please.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. So again, for the record, my name is Liz Canada. I'm the Advocacy Director for Planned Parenthood New Hampshire Action Fund, Planned Parenthood of Northern New England. We're in strong opposition to House Bill 1248. It's a complete ban on abortion in New Hampshire. 15 days, which is the subject of this bill, is before almost anyone could even know they are pregnant and before pregnancy tests are even accurate. So I want to use my time, and I'll keep it within my 2 minutes, I promise, to explain how pregnancy works. As a reminder to this committee, pregnancy is counted from the first day of your period. So day 1 is the first day of your period. Around day 8 or 9, after your period has ended, it is possible to get pregnant. Around day 14 is ovulation, when a person is most likely to get pregnant. Within 24 to 48 hours of ovulation, a sperm can fertilize an egg. And then the egg needs to be implanted into the uterus. And now in this timeline that I've just given you, we are either at or after day 15, which is what this bill is about, and when abortion would be banned. This bill is absolutely outrageous. It's one of the most restrictive abortion bans in the country. It would put us on par with Texas and Arkansas and Alabama and these other states where women and pregnant patients are having to travel out of state, out of their home state to get the care that they need. And under no circumstances should we in New Hampshire be trying to emulate what is happening in those other states. So we urge you to vote inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1248. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Next, I'm going to call on Carrie-Ann Reed, please. Courtney Reed.
Thank you so much for your time hearing my testimony in strong opposition to HB 1248. My name is Courtney Reed. I am policy advocate at the ACLU of New Hampshire. I will keep it brief for you as you have gotten a copy of my written testimony. What this bill does is essentially an all-out abortion ban in the state of New Hampshire. Banning people from making a decision about their health care before they would even know that they're pregnant. Decisions like this don't only infringe on the right to privacy and undermine individuals' autonomy in making private decisions about the trajectory of their life course, but they also have, and what you've heard in previous testimony, really damaging public health consequences. When we've seen other abortion bans in some states, for example, a 6-week ban in Texas, there have been correlating effects in public health. For example, like I mentioned in Texas, an 11.5% increase in infant deaths since the onset of the ban, with experts agreeing that the legislation has increased health risks for both babies and mothers. Granted, staters need access to reproductive care, and this bill would make it nearly impossible for them to access it in this state. I urge members of the committee to vote decisively against this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, Beverly Pritzler. From Loudon?
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
I would rather not be filmed. Do I have that option not to be filmed? Or maybe I don't. Anyway. I just concur with the testimony of Heather Stockwell. A lot of what she had to say I could definitely relate to. But what I have here is just what I could pick out from the bill itself. The first thing I picked out was that it starts with "in the year of our Lord," which infers that a person has to believe in the Lord in order to comply with the law. I hope I have time to read through this. I'll try to read it as quickly as possible because really the crux of it is at the end. But this bill deals with the biology of women, and therefore it belongs to the Health and Human Services Committee. To have it with the Judiciary Committee goes against the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. The Congress shall make no law respecting establishment of religion. And honestly, every argument in favor of the pro-life deals with life starts at conception because I don't exactly understand why we had testimony here about pregnancies and how pregnancies work. And I'm going to just move on to the second. The second is the paragraph shall be construed to require the performance of an ultrasound only if the provider either knows that the fetus has a gestation age.
Could I just ask you to get a little closer to the microphone?
Okay.
I think we're having some trouble
It appears, okay, there are 22 weeks or 154 days between 15 days and 24 weeks. Even I know that, and I'm not a medical professional. It appears to be that this bill contains absolutely no measure of compromise to the status of the current legal terms for abortion. While 24 weeks may be a little too long, too close to viability, 15 days is too far from it. In fact, research shows that most women are not aware that they have missed a period or can even have a period and have conceived and not know it. This is especially true of women who work. Women who are working miss a period could easily attribute it to stress, which is a major contributor to a woman's regularity. And I do have, I'm going to give you the research that I found about that. It would be in the best interest of all men and women if distinctions of when to call abortion a crime were left up to the professionals who understand the nature of these subtle biological nuances. This was the entire purpose of Roe versus Wade, to give the authority to the distinctions of whether a fetus was viable or if the mother's life was in danger to the medical professionals. Leaving these decisions up to law enforcement is impractical. It totally infringes on the privacy of even the union between a man and a woman. It is even stated in our New Hampshire Constitutional Bill of Rights under the Article 2, Section B, right of privacy, an individual's right to live free from governmental intrusion in private or personal information is natural, essential, and inherent. The fact that this bill is founded on the religious belief that God creates life is kind of a fantasy, in my opinion, because what creates life is the joining of an egg and a sperm from two consenting adults. God does not tell people when to conceive, when to even have sex. The premise that you would ban abortion is the premise that you would have people performing sexual acts only when they intend to have children. And that is totally not realistic. Life does not start at fertilization. We've had that already. Life is completely dependent on the woman for it to achieve success outside the body, not the Judiciary Committee. A woman has religious freedom. She can choose whether or not to believe in God. She can choose to believe in God and to get an abortion. Even if she believes in God, or she can believe in something or nothing, because we have freedom of religion. It doesn't matter because she has the choice to pick her own beliefs. According to the U.S. Constitution and the New Hampshire Constitution, it's not the Judiciary Committee's decision for that. If a fetus could survive outside a woman's body, then she would not be human. And that's where you're taking this, because women are going to abstain from reproduction if you start putting these kind of rules on them. I am a woman and I'm a human and I believe in God. God has saved my life and he will save the lives of many women and many babies into the future. It's a very small percentage of women that are seeking abortions up to full term. As somebody previously stated, New Hampshire abortion service centers have restrictions already up to like 11 weeks. So this bill, whoever introduced it, was really crossing the boundaries of what is reasonable to expect. I believe that women
Can I ask you to kind of
to
wrap
summarize,
up?
I've
Thank
got
you.
one more paragraph. I believe that women are divinely designed to determine whether they can sustain another life or not. Women who give birth to life every day all over the world deserve to maintain the respect and the reverence for the sacrifices that they make to keep humans in this world. We do not have a shortage of humans in this world. We need to be able to respect women's right to decide for themselves. And thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you. Questions to this witness? All right, witness does not want to take questions. Thank you. All right, Maris Tollard, please.
Hello there. Thanks for letting me speak. My name is Dr. Maris Toland. I'm an obstetrician gynecologist in southern New Hampshire. I think we've already heard a lot of testimony. I'm going to try not to repeat anything that's already been said. This is the most restrictive ban. It's more restrictive than the ban in Texas. We know that bans of this nature are very have poor consequences for the patients in that state. Sorry, I'm not as eloquent as usual today. I worked last night. So just to clarify a little bit about the physiology of a menstrual period, I agree with what people have said. 15 days is around the time that on average people will ovulate. Some people ovulate after that. So really, at this ban, a decent percentage of people would not actually even be pregnant. So it would be impossible to perform an abortion. It also would be impossible to tell if a patient is pregnant. Roughly 30 days is the very soonest that you can tell a patient is pregnant based on a hormone test, either through the urine or blood. Through an ultrasound, the earliest you can see something is about 5 weeks, sometimes 6 weeks. So, really this doesn't make any sense when it comes to reproductive physiology. In the grand scheme of things, I think that we have great data and has been very well eloquently put today to show the negative ramifications of having very restrictive abortion bans. And that's not just on patients, that's also on your healthcare provider population. This would push healthcare providers out of the state. It would also severely limit the ability of healthcare providers in the state to provide safe, accessible care in many situations. We know that abortion is an evidence-based, essential component of reproductive health care, and to not have that option puts patients at significant risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Next, Carl Yeager, please.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me speak here. Got a couple things. I strongly oppose this bill. I believe a woman really needs to be able to make her own decision with assistance from her physician. To push this to 15 days is crazy. As it's been said multiple times, 15 days, you don't even know you're pregnant, much less have enough time at that point to really think about what to do, get a doctor's appointment to go forward one way or the other. So 15 days is just absolutely crazy. The other thing I noticed in this bill, there's no exceptions for rape or anything to that effect. We've seen what's happened in other states here that's passed abortion bills. The people are having to go out of state if they have the means, or they have to have a child that they can't take care of. It just shouldn't be. It needs to be the woman really needs to be able to make her decision as to what she can do, when she can do it. Until the abortion is ingrained in the Constitution, this is just going to keep going on and on with these bills. This morning's bill, trying to change the Constitution, I support that. That's the direction we need to be going, not individual little bills that keep changing with every time the legislature changes. I will not talk, my wife is going to talk, so I won't talk her specific abortion, or her specific pregnancy, but putting in a bill, you can only have an abortion if the doctor says so. We've seen what's happened in Texas, as an example, where someone needed a medical-induced abortion to save the woman's life, and she couldn't get it. She was struggling to get it. She finally had to leave the state of Texas to get it. When you suddenly start getting lawyers involved in that, you're going to be in trouble. And you're going to have women die or severely get restricted because you put these bans in there and restrictions in there that they're afraid, doctors are afraid to do anything because they're going to potentially lose their license, get fined, get thrown in jail. It's just unacceptable. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Next, Aaron Joerger, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Got it right this time. And members of the committee, I'm here to voice my strong opposition to HP 1248. I strongly believe that decisions regarding abortion should be solely left to a pregnant person and her physician. This personal medical decision should not be legislated. I was fortunate to have a healthy full-term pregnancy. However, that was not guaranteed. I had a high risk for ectopic pregnancy. I didn't know that I was pregnant by 15 days. And considering what we've seen happen in other states with very restrictive laws, I may very well have died if my pregnancy was ectopic. Even though this particular bill allows exceptions for medical emergencies, we see doctors in other states are delaying those procedures because they're concerned, rightfully so, for criminal charges against them. We can't allow this to happen in New Hampshire. Instead, I support CACR 23 to ingrain abortion rights in New Hampshire Constitution. I'd also like to challenge the statement that pregnancy is only a joy and not a burden or a disability. Being someone who has actually gone through pregnancy, I can tell you that even the easiest of pregnancies is a great burden on a woman's body as well as her time. The time from work required for medical appointments and for illness often caused by pregnancy is extreme. I was very fortunate that I had a job that allowed me to take that time. Many women don't. They have to choose between pregnancy and having a job to support themselves and their family. So I will say pregnancy can be both a joy and a burden at the same time. I won't be here for the next hearing for HB 1541, but I'd like to voice my opposition to that as well. And again, urge you to support CACR 23. Lastly, I'm going to leave with a statement. I believe that if men were the ones that were able to get pregnant, we wouldn't be having this debate right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for this witness? Thank you. All right. And I'm going to call next on Nicholas Patrick, please.
Bear with me, I'm a little nervous. This is my first testimony. Good afternoon, Judicial Committee. My name is Nicholas Patrick, and I'm an independent from Dublin, New Hampshire. I'm here to oppose House Bill 1248. I want to first off by starting to poke some holes in this bill. This bill is to ban abortion. This has already been talked about, so I'll skip a little bit over this, but it should be called exactly what it is, a governmental outreach on individuals' reproductive rights. If you look at Clause 2 and 3 of this bill, lines 17 through 27, this bill does not include instances of rape. A woman should not have the burden of raising a child that was not her choice, nor in any way her fault. And I hope representatives who have impressive experience in the medical field, both administratively and hands-on, would believe and understand the enormous burden that rape victims and survivors already have to go through physically, mentally, and financially. And having to raise a child entirely by yourself isn't something the state should be allowed or forced upon anybody, especially victims that the state has completely failed to protect and very rarely bring justice to. Secondly, this bill doesn't allow abortions for minors. Many Republicans and even Democrats stated earlier this week that a child is incapable of making life-altering or long-term decisions. However, forcing a child to have a baby wholly violates that concept. Many of you have worked on school boards and in education and are parents and grandparents of talented children and grandchildren, and understand that young teenagers do not have the proper maturity to properly raise a child. Nor should they have no choice but to take on such a monstrous and tremendous task due to the state. However, most importantly, it goes against everything our state represents. Live free or die. Give me liberty or give me death. That's something that I, as well as you, have probably been taught from a very young age. A motto that has guided our state's politics and policies since its inception. And this ban isn't as simple as if there should be abortion or not abortion. It goes so much deeper than that. It's an out-of-touch government imposing its ideals and controlling the people's liberties. And controlling 60% of Granite Staters, according to 538, that don't want to be restricted by the state in this manner, and at 70% according to WMUR. And I've had friends who have gotten abortions, or were the guys that were the biological fathers, and the biggest lie that the opposition tells us is that it's done without a heavy heart. I'm here telling you today that it absolutely is. However, my friends weren't robbed of their liberties nor their potential. One is in law school, one is graduating pre-med, and one is working as a child psychologist. And I understand as a political science student myself that we have to pick a party in order to maintain and get office. However, first and foremost, You made an oath to this office. You made an oath to us, the Granite Staters, and you made an oath to this state. And this state says it is not your choice to make. Thank you. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, sir. Questions for this witness? No, seeing none, thank you. All right, that was the last card I have on HB 1248. Is there anyone else here who desires to testify on HB 1248? All right, seeing none, with that, I'm going to close the hearing, and I think we're maybe a minute or two early to start the hearing on the next bill, so we'll take
can be looked at as sort of a compromise. And I hate to think about it that way because I frankly wouldn't allow abortions if I was given a choice. But what it does, it takes the 24 or 25 weeks that we have and moves it up to 15 weeks. And after that, it's pretty much the same, except that knowing that there's going to be some additional chance of medical conditions, you know, it provides some additional medical care. The problem with abortions at 15 weeks, 15 days, 14 weeks, whatever the time is, isn't a problem of medical issues that we should be trying to handle. It's a situation, a natural situation, and it's not a job for Planned Parenthood. It's not a job for ACLU, and yeah, to me, it's really sad that we have to come together and try to come up with some sort of involved or crazy solution to medical care. You know, whether it be a CACR, which is really bad, but yeah, it's not really a medical issue per se. It's an issue between a husband and a wife and a decision to have a baby and get some medical care if you need it, or if maybe you believe it's necessary. But let's get all of us out of it. Let's get you and me out of it And I hate to have to put up a bill to say, okay, let's do it at 15 weeks now, which is versus the 25 or 24 weeks. Let's just get out of it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Questions for Representative Tessman? Yes, Representative Todd.
If I may, I have two questions. One, was it your intention by saying post-fertilization age of the fetus would be 15 weeks? Are you aware that that would actually mean 17 weeks?
Excuse me, I can't, that first part I missed. First part of your question.
So the bill states the post-fertilization age of the fetus is at least 15 weeks. So are you aware that that actually translates to 17 weeks?
I didn't look at it that way. I didn't look at it that way.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative Testerman. Next, I'm going to call on Representative Christine Perez, please. All right, Representative Perez passes. Next, I will call on Representative Mary Hacken-Phillips, please.
Thank you. Representative Mary Hacken-Phillips for Grafton 12. I rise in opposition of HB 1541. I'll limit my remarks to 2 overall points, given the compelling testimony you will hear today from providers and advocates. First, I'm here to relay an important constituent story for your consideration. An OBGYN and Dartmouth-Hitchcock Medical Center physician and professor of Geisel School of Medicine who lives in my district and is licensed to practice in both Vermont and in New Hampshire has reported to me directly that the attacks on his medical practice in New Hampshire are pushing him to stop offering his provider services in New Hampshire and move his clinical practice exclusively to Vermont. He feels that New Hampshire laws regulating abortion care, like this arbitrary 15-week ban in HB 1541, are an intrusion upon his medical decision-making, which follow national standards of care, and an intrusion upon his professional expertise. This law, if passed, will send another signal that New Hampshire does not trust its OBGYN physicians and does not value their difficult and meaningful work. Passage of this bill would take away vital access to abortion procedures that are a vital part of this doctor's work. Passage will cement the message that New Hampshire is not serious about giving providers all the tools they need to best serve their patients. This bill will be another depressing moral defeat in the many attacks upon the profession, causing our state's OBGYNs to lose further confidence in New Hampshire's legislators for putting politics ahead of people and their health care. For these reasons, I hope you will oppose this bill. Secondly, I'm here on behalf of my provider constituents and the maternally reproductive age individuals of my district to express my deep disappointment that we even need to expend this much collective energy and these resources to entertain a bill that further restricts reproductive health care for women without acknowledging, without naming the true discrimination that pregnant individuals in New Hampshire are facing due to these ongoing political attacks. The mere fact that we're not discussing the efficacy and the wisdom of restricting male reproductive health care procedures when a man is 50% of the cause of all pregnancies demonstrates the true discrimination against and injustice thrust upon New Hampshire's women. It demonstrates, first of all, this is the point that really makes me filled with rage. Attacks on women's health care, but not men's health care, is blatant discrimination based on sex. Blatant discrimination based on sex. And it is a substantial government interference of medical privacy. But even though I'm filled with this rage about these attacks on my constituent providers and potentially my own body, is that I'm dedicated to climbing every proverbial mountain to defeat bills like HB 1541 to ensure access to safe and effective reproductive health care procedures. And for these reasons, I'm asking the committee to please vote bipartisanly to defeat HB 1541. Please vote no or inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Page.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. I share your frustration that the legislature is in the middle of this personal issue, and I think, if I heard correctly, when the bill was introduced, there was an expression that the intent of the bill may have been to remove the government from this decision-making process and keep it within the mom and family and provider. With that in mind, would CACR 23 be a better vehicle to that goal than this bill?
Thank you for your question, Representative. I think it's really an important question to be asking, especially amongst yourselves as members of the committee who will ultimately decide the fate of both of these bills. Of course, an affirmative display or codification of women's right, pregnant people's right to reproductive freedom, has a more positive connotation for sure. And it will hold a lot more protections affirmatively. It will fill the void that is currently in New Hampshire law, and missing from our books. Proposing statutory, arbitrary, weak bans on women's reproductive health will bring a lot of negative connotation for a lot of people who are affected personally by that codification. So, whether we're talking about providers being taken away tools that they need to do their job, or we're talking about, families and pregnant people who are having those decisions taken away from them based on some arbitrary, weak designation. So I think that's an important question. I think ultimately, I think many of us believe that, the natural progression of where we are discussing these bills from year to year is going to lead us to ultimately a constitutional question of whether or not this should be affirmatively written and protected in our state's most, highest law. But I think, given the political will and the makeup of the bodies that are before us at this time in our chambers, we have to be prepared for any step that we can take affirmatively towards the direction of protecting women's health care. Thanks.
Other questions for this witness? Representative Perez.
Thank you for taking my question. Would you feel better if it said, if the wording went that it was only that they tried to save the baby if it was not a baby that was born with a life-threatening fetal anomaly, that type of thing?
So thank you, Representative, for the question. And I just reject the premise. Again, going back to my remarks, the mere fact that we're not discussing limiting other people's health care, but we're limiting women's health care is the issue that I'm most upset about. And that, any phonetic changes that you may determine is more palatable for your party to pass is not something that I'm willing to entertain anyway. So we are not even coming close to that.
Yes, Representative Tripp.
Thank you for answering my question. It appears to me that the conditions within this bill are only effective after 15 weeks. Do you read it that way?
I'm sorry?
I said it appears to me that the conditions within this bill are only in effect after a gestation period of 15 weeks. Do you read it that way?
Thank you for the question. I don't have the language in front of me here, so I couldn't tell you an answer off the top of my head. But I'm happy to dig in and report back to you.
All right, well, thank you.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, I guess I just had one question. I noticed you made the point about the discrimination against women that you think this would impose, and at least personally, you might be right. I guess I wonder on the other side of that, since it is the law that it's the woman's choice whether to have an abortion or not, would you agree that if a woman decides to have an abortion over the objection of the father, that the woman should be solely responsible for support of the child and should not be able to impose a support obligation on the man?
So thank you, Representative, for the question. I believe those questions are outside the scope of the actual matter before us today at hand, so I'm going to go ahead and decline to respond, given that, that's not what we're discussing, and that's not, the substance of the bill at hand today. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for this witness? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And committee, thanks again to John Sellers, Grafton 18, District 18. I'm not going to rehash everything again. It's the same thing, just a different bill. It's not quite the same thing, let's put it that way. But I do want to point out a couple more things. And I heard one thing said today about reproduction, or reproductive rights, reproductive rights, reproductive rights. You ever look up the term, what reproductive right or reproduction means? It means to reproduce, all right? I mean, we're not talking about reproducing, we're talking about killing, terminating, all right? That's what we're truly talking about, all right? 15 days, 15 weeks, put in a CACR. You're talking about killing. You're not talking about reproducing or reproductive rights. I mean, this is how they go and change the terms of the words and stuff like that, and it shouldn't happen. One other note I'm going to point out here is from the American Association of Pro-Life Obstetricians and Gynecologists. Abortion is not health care, all right? And it is being used for health care. It's, I'm going to give you the document. You can look up all the facts for yourself. 95% of the time, it's being used for health care. Abortion exploits the woman and kills an innocent preborn life. When caring for a pregnant woman, physicians are caring for two distinct patients, the woman and the unborn child. I think that's enough said. I mean, at this point here, we know we might dicker over when life starts, but I'd like to say I could prove it, but scientifically, they have proved it. I don't have to prove it. Immediately from day one, the cells, not the blob, it's not a blob, it's not a growth, it's not a tumor, the cells start to divide, and the cells are already known, the XXXY, what they are at that moment. This is something that's just not made up. All right, this is scientifically. So we're not talking about reproduction. We're talking about killing, all right? Destroying, terminating, abortion. That's what we're talking about. Thank you.
All right, questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Next, Kayla Montgomery, please.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. I will be brief. I know it has been a long day. My name is Kayla Montgomery. I'm the Vice President of Public Affairs for Planned Parenthood of Northern New England and Planned Parenthood New Hampshire Action Fund. We are here in opposition today to House Bill 1541. This bill is a government overreach into the practice of safe, legal medical care in New Hampshire, and we oppose it. This bill would prevent patients from accessing abortion care from trusted providers like Planned Parenthood after 15 weeks. Abortion is safe at every stage of pregnancy. With absolutely no justification, this bill would prohibit highly qualified and trained providers like those at Planned Parenthood of Northern New England from offering care after 15 weeks. Now, patients, they seek this care at this stage of pregnancy for a variety of reasons, including because they have been forced to delay care in order to travel from banned states. This bill disregards the best interest of patients by further limiting availability of this time-sensitive care and creating even more barriers for pregnant people and their families. Additionally, this bill impacts the way hospitals deliver their care by interfering with standard medical practice and imposing burdensome, unnecessary mandates. Any healthcare provider will tell you, every pregnancy is different, and circumstances can change quickly. Throughout a pregnancy, a person's health and their well-being, not political interference, should guide important medical decisions. And I also want to note that this bill lacks compassion for grieving families. I'm not going to get into that because this committee heard a similar bill like this just last year, and this committee voted to ITL that bill. So just in closing, this bill does nothing to protect Granite Staters' health or safety, and we urge you to oppose this bill. Happy to take questions.
Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Perez.
Thank you for taking my questions. Last year in speaking to you, you stated to me that Planned Parenthood did not do abortions over 15 weeks, and that has now increased, I believe, to 21 weeks. I have a couple questions. Where did you send people to have abortions after? Where did you refer people to have abortions after 15 weeks?
Sure. So I appreciate the question. And I appreciate the question because it gives me an opportunity to explain this committee what has really changed on the ground in the last year. So as this committee knows, 18 months ago, Roe v. Wade fell. That created chaos in this country. So throughout the last 18 months, we've seen bans in different states. Right now, as of today, we're at, I think, 21 states have banned abortion. A year ago, February 16th, I believe it was, I stood before this committee and I said that in Manchester, we perform abortions to 15 weeks. And that was true at the time. In the year, we have seen more patients coming from out of state. We're seeing patients from across this country who are coming from banned states in order to get the care that they need. We have been listening to patients, we have been hearing them, and what we know is that they have delays in care because it takes them time to get to us. So we have been able to expand access to care at Planned Parenthood over the last year in two ways. The first is that we have added medication abortion at a third site in New Hampshire in Derry. So now we do medication abortion at 3 out of 4 of our health centers. And at the Manchester Health Center, we did move to 18 weeks. And we did that not overnight, but in the last year.
Do you have a follow-up? Yes.
Yeah, my question was, where do you refer, or where did you refer patients to if you were not performing them after 15 weeks?
Sure, so like I said, we now go to 18 weeks, but we were referring people to other states or to Dartmouth or other providers that perform abortion later in pregnancy.
Okay, I called every clinic in the state of New Hampshire, and none of them do it over 15 weeks, 6 days. So it must have been to Dartmouth then. Am I?
Well, I represent Planned Parenthood, and I'm telling you that we, within the last year, we started going to 18 weeks.
One more quick question.
Yep, go ahead.
Is there a reason why you don't perform them to 24 weeks, since that's what everybody seems to want?
So of course I'll remind this committee that abortion is safe and legal to 24 weeks. It is well known, it is a well-known fact that abortion is perfectly safe throughout the second trimester at outpatient facilities like Planned Parenthood is. We just aren't equipped to go to 24 weeks. It is legal, but it is just more training, more staff support, and things like that. So that's where we're at right now.
Representative Kutab, I believe you had a question? No. Any other questions for this? Yes, Representative Stapleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I think I heard you say that there is an increase of patients coming from out of state for abortions in New Hampshire.
That's correct.
Sound is very difficult in here. I'd be curious to know what percentage of total abortions are those out-of-staters representative in your operations?
Thank you for that question. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, of course, but this is something that we are seeing everywhere. In all states where abortion is still safe and legal, we are seeing a real increase of patients from out of state. In northern New England, we are not seeing patients from out of state in the same way that states who are surrounded by other banned states might see. So 2 examples of states that see a lot of people from out of state would be Colorado and Illinois, because they have banned states around them. Here in northern New England, we of course do see patients from out of state. People come to New Hampshire for a variety of reasons. Sometimes it's because they have family here and they want to be surrounded by a support network when they come here. So I would say the numbers are probably under 10% of people who are coming from out of state. But the reason that they're coming is because they've been pushed out of their home state for care, and that delays care When politicians ban pregnancy, it delays the care for people.
Thank you. Follow-up?
Yes. Yes, please.
I've also heard that most abortions are done in the first trimester, much fewer in the second,
Yep.
and much fewer in the third. What percentage of numbers in the second trimester? And would it make a difference if it were 17 or 18 weeks in the bill instead of 15?
To answer the last question first, I would say we don't support abortion bans, period. Yes, abortion, the first part of your question, yes, the vast majority of abortions happen in the first trimester. I believe the number is 92, 93%. Medication abortion is an option for people to end a pregnancy early in pregnancy. It's up to 11 weeks. Nationally, that number is about 50% of people who choose medication abortion over a procedural abortion. At Planned Parenthood in Northern New England, that number is actually much higher. It's actually 72%. So the vast majority of abortion is happening earlier, but there's many reasons that someone might need an abortion later in pregnancy or into the second trimester for a variety of reasons, as I discussed.
Other questions for this witness? So I guess I just had one question. If I'm understanding correctly, or am I understanding correctly that there's been, because of the laws that have changed since Roe v. Wade was overruled, did I understand correctly? You were saying that there has been sort of an increase in the call for abortion services by your outfit.
Certainly. There's people in New Hampshire who also need abortion after 15 weeks. We know that. But in addition, we are seeing people from other states who are coming in.
Okay, and I take it you've been able to accommodate that?
Yes.
All right. Is there any inconsistency between that, what you've just told us, and this expressed fear of people who have testified earlier that we're losing our ability to satisfy the needs of women because of these laws? Apparently, you've been able to actually provide increased services. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say that the fear is that this is a really chaotic landscape, because every day, I mean, all of you have read the headlines. Every day there's something new out there. There's something confusing, some things before the Supreme Court. We now have 2 abortion cases before the Supreme Court that will come out in June. So I think the confusion is that no one's really sure. And having something proactive on the books, a constitutional amendment, would help assure people of that. And so right now, it's confusing for people. And when they hear there's a 15-day or a 15-week ban, it's frankly confusing.
Thank you. Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Courtney Reed? I think that's right. Reed, I'm sorry, Courtney Reed. Yes. Hi, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to get better about my handwriting next time I have to fill out a pink card. Thank you all for listening to my testimony. I'm here with the ACLU New Hampshire in opposition to HB 1541, and that this bill would prevent doctors from exercising their best medical judgment when providing abortions after 15 weeks of gestation. Moreover, the bill would impose harmful restrictions on abortion care in New Hampshire that are neither warranted nor rooted in medical accuracy. The requirement of abortions after 15 weeks to take place in hospital settings, as well as having a second physician on hand, single out abortion to burdensome regulations that are not reflected in other areas of medical practice. Further, the bill's requirement would make it so physicians are bound to what politicians are inserting that they do, rather than their training and expertise. And we know that physicians are also bound by medical ethics, and that infanticide is already illegal at the federal level, yet this bill makes it more difficult for them to exercise their appropriate judgment and standards of care and compassionate care during pregnancies or when people are seeking legal abortions in New Hampshire. Moreover, I just want to underline that the bill's subjecting of providers to New Hampshire's state laws governing homicide, manslaughter, and civil liability for wrongful death, medical malpractice, will cause physicians, out of an abundance of caution for fear of these criminal penalties, to limit care to pregnant people. They won't be able to exercise their medical judgment freely because these criminal liabilities will cause them to act in a restraint way, or for example, with the exceptions in the bill, for pregnant individuals to demonstrate clear illness to an undefined point. And lastly, I just wanted to note that legislation like this has shown time and time again to be unpopular with voters, and so I would urge that the committee vote against this bill and siding with individual freedom and the right to privacy, rather than inserting themselves in what should be private and independent healthcare decisions. Thank you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Perez.
Thank you. Thanks for taking my question. Does New Hampshire limit who can have an abortion in New Hampshire? Does New Hampshire limit who has the right to an abortion? What female has a right to the abortion in New Hampshire? And the reason why I asked is that in your testimony here that you have given out, I was a little taken back that these burdens will disproportionately fall on women of color who are struggling to make ends meet, young people, immigrants, people with disabilities, and LGBT communities. Moreover, abortion bans, which we don't have an abortion ban, are also anticipated to disproportionately produce negative health outcomes for the BIPOC communities. Research finds abortion is significantly safer than pregnancy for Black and Indigenous people. I was not under the impression that there was anything in the New Hampshire laws that restricted abortion to anybody based on their ethnic background, their identity, or anything. But yet you're saying that you're implying in this testimony that that we are, and I just didn't know that we did any of that.
Thank you for your question, Representative. To start off with that, I think that a lot of reproductive rights advocates would assert that abortion rights is a racial justice issue. Is a racial justice issue. When bans happen, we see disparate health consequences fall on communities that are Black and brown, and that's been demonstrated through numerous research articles that I cite in my written handout to you all. For example, the disparities, the racial disparities in maternal mortality rates that would happen should there be an all-out ban in the United States. Which is why it's so important that the committee vote decisively against this bill as to not exacerbate racialized health inequality that we're seeing across the country. And moreover, there's a lot of research that cites that Black and brown communities in healthcare spaces are more likely to be policed than wealthy white patients. I believe the study that I cited was coming from the SUNY School of Law Human Rights Clinic, in addition with a few other co-authors. And I would love to pull out some of the specific findings and concerns there that had motivated my inclusion of that into my testimony. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. But we're talking about New Hampshire, and this was all put under the CACR 23, offering rights. My question was, I do not believe if, no matter who I am, what color I am, what my ethnic background is, or what my identity is. If I walked into a Planned Parenthood, they are going to tell me, because of any of those things, here in New Hampshire, I cannot have an abortion. That's not happening here. Is that correct?
That's correct. There's nothing in state law that excludes the right to an abortion depending on someone's race or background.
Other questions? Yes, Representative Page.
A quick question. Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. Is it possible, Ms. Reed, that when the legislature passes a law, it could not intentionally impact a particular group in a certain way, but might disparately impact a group just based on that group's access to health care or to quality education or whatnot? Is it possible that is that possible?
Thank you for your question, Representative, and that's exactly what I was hoping to speak to in my response to the last question. And should New Hampshire follow along, in other states in the wrong direction, I think we are worried that this could make health disparities at the national level even broader. Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? So I guess I just have one on, you're talking about disparate impact, and I guess I'm wondering is, if the test that we rely on should be disparate impact, I wonder if you could tell me any government regulation that would not have a disparate impact in the way you're talking about. I mean, wouldn't it be that almost any government regulation of some kind or other would have a disparate impact on the people that you're talking about?
Yeah, I think that's right, that a lot of legislation that passes has a latent effect that would affect racial inequality, but I do know that what we're seeing nationally is that when legislation like this is passed, it has a negative effect that exacerbates existing public health inequalities. And so passing this bill would only move health inequality across racialized lines in the wrong direction.
All right, other questions?
Mr. Chair?
Oh, yes, Representative DiLorenzo.
Thank you for taking my question. I'm looking at the bill, and one of the things that stands out to me is that the procedures listed in the bill requires 2 physicians attending the abortion. I was wondering how that would impact, health care and the shortage of doctors in New Hampshire.
Thank you so much for your question, Representative. I have a better understanding of how the effect of a required hospital presence would affect the bill, and I know that that would make it extremely hard or impossible for clinics in New Hampshire to offer these services to patients, but I would love to perhaps have that question be asked to a direct provider of abortion. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Janelle Hobson, please.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Janelle Hobson. I am the Executive Director of the Equality Health Center, which is right here in Concord. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in opposition of HB 1541. For 50 years, the Equality Health Center has provided compassionate, quality health care to all genders and sexualities. We are the longest-serving abortion provider in the state. Our professionally trained and credentialed medical staff, are Dartmouth affiliated and provide safe, expert, and effective outpatient services which do not require more expensive inpatient care. Every poll confirms that New Hampshire residents support safe, legal, accessible reproductive rights. Doctors, nurses attest that politics have no place in the procedure room. It is the belief of the Equality Health Center that government overreach, such as HB 1541, intrudes and singles out clinics which provide abortion services. It communicates a mistrust of and a lack of support for facilities that patients actively seek for for their appropriate health care. Decisions about private reproductive health care belong to a patient in consultation with their doctor and not with the legislature, which should only be concerned with the protection of our citizens' rights to receive comprehensive services. I urge you to vote inexpedient to legislate on HB 1541. I want to thank you for your time. I will not be taking any questions, and I will submit written testimony later today. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Stockwell, please. Pardon? Oh, you already did? All right, okay. Oh, okay, fine. Emily Zazano, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Lynn and honorable committee members. It is good to see you again. My name is Emily Zajano, and I ask you to oppose HB 1541. This bill will interfere with compassionate care and force medical interventions that will not affect survival. I am a doctor, a mother of 2 living children, and as I shared earlier, I am a woman who had 2 abortions due to complications during pregnancy with twins. The first was due to uterine rupture. The second abortion was due to a high risk of hemorrhage again and miscarriage before viability, born too early for medical interventions to save her life. If it had been different and she was born before viability, then let me hold her. Let me love her. Let her feel my warmth and hear my voice. Let her father touch her skin and stroke her hair. He never got to feel her kick from the womb like I did. Do not force her into an incubator and medical procedures with lines and tubes and scalpels, ventilators and monitors and sterile gloves. Let her time be with us, her family, and let us decide how that time is spent. Let us build memories of loving her, not watching her suffer. Families in complex, unexpected, and often heartbreaking situations like ours deserve support, empathy, and options. We should be able to make difficult decisions with our doctors, including comfort care for babies who will not survive regardless of medical interventions. As a mom, this needs to be allowed. This needs to be legal. This is not an appropriate place for political interference. These are impossible decisions to be made by parents, medical experts, the people in that room. With all due respect, this is not a decision for the people in a legislative committee room. As a doctor, I urge you, do not force doctors to deny families compassionate care. Don't threaten them with years of imprisonment to do something that goes against their best medical judgment, against all the facts in front of them. I ask you to consider the Hippocratic Oath, which implores, first, do no harm. A state mandate for medical interventions that will not change survival outcomes is the definition of harm. It denies families the opportunity to hold their babies before they pass and piles up unnecessary, expensive medical bills for futile care. There are systems in place that support families in these unimaginable, heartbreaking situations. Do not create a system that makes this terrible time worse. This bill does not give room for palliative care. I'd also like to remind this committee that a similar bill was before you just last year, HB 346, and this committee voted to defeat that bill by a vote of 18-1, because the reality is that no law can be written to thread the needle of these complex situations. Please reject HB 1541. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Representative Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Zajano, for taking my question. I appreciate it. I wanted to ask, you spoke a lot to the line in the bill that's regarding the immediate care for a child born alive as a result of the abortion. And since this would be until viability, which is now known, would you agree, is at 24 weeks, would this mean that any baby that was born before that, perhaps for reasons that they do have anomalies that are incompatible with life, that they would need to immediately be provided life-sustaining care that could potentially only prolong their life for hours or days as opposed to being in the arms of their parents during that time?
So I think I understand your question, but I might have confused it in my head. So this bill is confusing and conflating viability with 15 weeks. That is months apart in time and not medically accurate. Viability is a moving target as medical care advances, and suggesting that you can interpose 15 weeks in viability is simply incorrect. I think there was a part of your question regarding, could you just repeat that part?
So I was saying that, wouldn't you agree that as of right now, viability is accepted to be at 24 weeks, and so as a result, this bill, though it says 15 weeks, actually post fertilization, so technically it would be 17 weeks. So from 17 weeks until 23 weeks and 6 days, that these babies would be required to be taken from their parents and provided measures to prolong their life, that even though they're not viable.
I do agree. I think that it would take the opportunity for families to love their children and grieve their loss, and instead separate them, put these fetuses in sterile and painful and dangerous positions, very unlikely to survive them, creating situations that we can't understand as adults, that we're putting these very small fetus baby, it's a strange space. It's a non-viable pregnancy that was birthed, right? Through my training, worked in NICUs, I trained with OBGYNs. I have seen what a lot of these infants have gone through, and there is amazing care that can happen and still have tragic outcomes. So I don't think we should force that on anyone.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, I'm going to call on Maris Tollard, please.
Hello again. Maris Toland, OBGYN. I had a nice little speech prepared. Dr. Zazano told basically every point that I was going to make, so I'm not going to repeat those. I think members of the Judiciary Committee also probably remember me from last year, because I also spoke about this topic when the previous House bill with similar language was introduced. This bill has some very troublesome language that I think Dr. Zazano really hit on the points of. These scenarios where we have fetuses between this gray area, around what we call peri-viability. Viability is a moving target. It depends on lots of different situations. But the bottom line is that these situations are tragic when they come up. And the language in this bill is basically taking those tragic situations, taking them out of the hands of healthcare providers, and essentially forcing the presence of an unnecessary second physician, which affects staffing ratios and other aspects of the hospital. It also dictates that the ICU needs to be available, which is not a finite resource and not something that should be used unless necessary. And it's demanding that those resources be available for a situation that is futile. We do not have the capability to resuscitate a fetus at these gestational ages. And really the word that for me it brings up is traumatic. These situations are doing what this bill would suggest would be absolutely traumatic. It would be traumatic for the fetus. It would be traumatic for parents. It would be traumatic for healthcare staff. It would be traumatic for nurses. It would be traumatic for the people who clean the rooms afterwards. All of this is against every fiber of what we learn in medicine to do no harm, to submit these infants and these families to procedures that are completely unnecessary, and at the same time to waste precious healthcare resources in a time when we don't have enough resources to do what we're trying to do as it is. It's appalling. I can't read this bill without getting upset. I strongly oppose this bill, and I urge you also to do so.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Turner.
Yeah, thanks for taking my question. My understanding is that hospitals in the state that perform deliveries have policies in place about when they will or will not accept transfers, for example, for premature labor or perform life-saving, heroic measures, et cetera, on cases. Can you speak to that a little bit in terms of what those policies are and how they would interact with a bill like this?
Sure. Just redirect me if I'm not answering the question that you'd like to have answered. Depending on the gestational age, and I'll just put a caveat that medical science is constantly changing. We are constantly evaluating the literature. We are constantly looking at research and trying to make the best decisions based on new information. So these things sometimes change over time, and there are trends. Some actual parts of the country have the technical capabilities to potentially have better outcomes at lower gestational ages than other parts of the country. All of this is a little variable depending on where you are and where we are in time and our understanding of medical science. In terms of the resources to deal with different situations, essentially the higher the gestational age in that peri-viable window, the more potential chance there is to resuscitate, but the chances of success are still exceedingly low. Those chances of success are much, much lower at facilities that don't have the same resources, but before a certain gestational age, it doesn't matter where you are, we just don't have the capability to do anything to help. And so, I think it is a phenomenon that sometimes happens where, let's say, I'll give you a scenario, let's say someone comes in at 18 weeks and has premature rupture of their membranes, meaning they broke their water at 18 weeks, which essentially we can't do anything about. We can't unbreak the water. We can't reform it. At that point, there's basically nothing that we can do except to try to prevent that patient from becoming septic, meaning having an overwhelming bacterial infection that could kill the patient. And so in those situations, there is no real benefit to transferring or using healthcare resources like an ambulance, a life flight, ICU resources, different doctors, specialists. That's a waste of those resources for a situation that really needs to be handled at the initial place where it presents, because there is, unfortunately, I wish there were, but there is no hope for resuscitating an 18-week fetus. And the bottom line is that other facilities are equipped to be able to help that patient in a much more efficient and expedient manner. Does that answer your question?
I believe it does, thanks.
Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jake Berry.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the committee. My name is Jake Berry. I'm the Vice President of Policy at New Futures. As many of you know, we're a nonprofit health policy and advocacy organization. We've been working for more than 25 years to increase access to quality, affordable health care and to improve health equity in our state. I don't want to repeat too much of what's been said this afternoon, but I do want to stress New Future's strong opposition to both this bill and HB 1248, which you heard earlier this afternoon. Simply put, reproductive care, including abortion, is a critical part of health care, and access to abortion has vital implications on the health and wellness of women, families, and children across our state. Data shows that women who do not have sufficient access to abortion when they need it are more likely to struggle physically and financially. They're more likely to experience life-threatening health complications, including eclampsia and postpartum hemorrhage, as well as other health conditions like chronic migraines, joint pain, and gestational hypertension. Both women and children who are born as a result of abortion denial are more likely to live below the federal poverty level and do not have the money they need to cover basic living expenses like food, housing, and transportation. In some, to adopt further abortion bans, whether they're 15 weeks as proposed in this bill or 15 days as proposed in HB 1248, would have severe impacts on the physical and financial health of women and children that both they and we as a state will be paying for throughout their lifetimes. For these reasons, we ask you to oppose both this bill, 1541, and House Bill 1248, and vote ITL. Thank you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Beverly Press.
You're still having a hard time with my last name. It's Petlicki. It's Polish. And
Okay.
my testimony has been already, I mean, I was curious as the language of the way the bill was written with the 15 weeks. I was curious as to how prepared our, medical people were to resuscitate potential babies at 15 weeks. I mean, I was like, how is that going to happen? So this person who testified did a wonderful job, and I've been very honored to be here. I haven't addressed the committee properly. It's the first time I've ever been here, but I didn't even know that this was happening today until I was given tips, and I've learned a lot today, and I hope that you'll listen to some of that testimony that they heard prior, because this bill, to me, does not make any sense. And I'm just a lay person, I'm not a doctor or a legislature or anybody. I'm just somebody who's interested in the future of, future generations and their ability to access what I had access to in the 1980s. So thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. I don't have any other pink cards. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 1541? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 1541. I think we are adjourned. Thank you all for coming.